And
you're live.
All right. Good evening, everyone. This is our final event of this fourth virtual tattoo gathering. And rather than having another class, we just figured we'd invite everyone to come together and paint jam with us. And as I said in my post, this can be any medium. And if you're just here looking, hang on, it says, I have Zoom, link isn't connecting us though. Okay. So I am going to send somebody
get back in touch with me directly. So
yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to disappear for a second and send that message.
All right. Thanks for joining. If you are watching, please give it a share around. Like, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. Hyperspace or Tattoo Television on the YouTube. Reinventing the tattoo.com. And we will be getting the Zoom link together so that people have the option potentially joining.
Okay, I'm almost there.
Oh, seems like, yep, he's on his way in.
Oh, nice. Even better.
Hey.
Hey, all right.
How are you?
Your camera yet? Oh, yeah, there you are. Any chance you can turn horizontal?
What's that?
Can you rotate horizontal?
Like this?
Yes, exactly. It just makes the way this whole Zoom thing works. We're going to have multiple faces up on the screen, and it just fits better. Excellent.
Oh, okay.
And of course, we're eventually going to be turning our cameras around on what we're doing. But
for sure.
Awesome. So you're painting the desert?
Well, I'm in Colorado right now.
Oh, okay. Even better.
Yeah.
Nice. And what are you doing in Colorado? Are you doing a guest spot out there? Or
No, I just needed to get away, man. So I just went for a hiking trip and camping trip, you know.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
well, I'm glad you were able to take a vacation from your vacation to join us tonight here.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that a bunch of our our friends from the biomech community, as well as a bunch of other people, are going to be joining us. And Gabe, is the Zoom link anywhere where people can find it?
Not yet. Nope.
Not
but
yet.
I can put it wherever we want to. I can send it over to you guys. I can put it up.
Well, we'll get this rolling for about, for a little bit here. And then once we're comfortable that we've got events commencing, we can start inviting people in. And so I'm going to flip my camera on and just show you all what I'm working on. This is something I've got this, flip this guy out. There we go. So this is something that Ty and I have been working on, and we started this out digitally, and now we're several sessions into the oil paint phase of it. And so I'm going to, jam on this for a few hours tonight. And I've got some specific things I'm planning on doing. It's going to kind of, add to the light, sort of separate out some shapes. I'm going to elaborate on some of these details that Ty started. I'm going to do some subtle atmospheric stuff. Yeah. Ty, what's your plan tonight?
Well, so I'm working remotely because I was out camping, and so I kind of, how do I flip this thing around?
If you just touch the screen, you should see
okay.
There you go.
Can you see it?
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. So this is a little piece I'm working on. It was inspired by some actually bones that I found while I was out walking around. This little, I don't know, looks like almost like a wishbone kind of thing.
Yeah, that little spot is super cool. Is this a canvas that James Hall sent you?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I just got mine in the mail yesterday. No, I guess it's today because it's Monday, so it couldn't have been yesterday. So yeah, mine just rolled in.
Cool.
I love doing circles. I've done a billion of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's exciting to see what you do with that. We're both at a pretty similar stage, although obviously this is a bigger piece and a few more hours are going to go into it. And then I'll show you what Michelle's working on. This is she's calling it biomech because the
Oh, whoa, cool.
The image that inspired it is actually a piece of beer brewing apparatus, right?
Oh, right on.
It's pretty neat, you know. It's really, I mean, she's obviously got some hours into it already. I love this creamy brushwork going on in here. But yeah,
Yeah.
she's there's some froth, so she's gonna get all into the froth down there, and yeah,
Cool.
excited about that. And then our daughter is gonna paint her bearded dragon close up of his head because he is a living piece of biomech.
That's for sure.
Really super cool creature. And so yeah, I'm just gonna pour the palette for this, which is, you know, I've got some subtle greens I'm using. This is one that I really love. It's all of the old Holland colors are great, but this is a gold green that's just green enough. And then I'm also going to use a brighter green, but I'm going to be really selective about how I use that one. And in fact, at this stage, I'm putting the paint down pretty thin in general.
Yeah, just like a lot of glaze work.
Yep, exactly. You know, there's not going to be significant changes to any of these shapes, really. I think this prong here might end up getting extended a little bit.
Oh yeah.
And you know, I wondered about maybe doubling it, having like a hoop shoop. So I'm thinking about messing around with that a little bit. You know, I'm just thinking about the balance imbalance going on with this, right?
Okay.
And then, then yeah, the highlights. I'm still puzzling through the idea of, is the brightest thing in this whole painting going to be the core, the corona, or the edge lights, right? Because each has its, you know what I mean? And doing this light sourcey stuff, you know, I still don't have this formula figured out after all these years. And looking at the real thing doesn't necessarily help because, you know, there's all kinds of complex metering going on in your brain and in your eyes when you're looking at the light source and the surrounding things that are being lit up by it. And, you know, you're doing a lot of reinterpreting of what you're seeing. And as an artist, that's what you're doing too. And so, you know, I'm just trying to figure out the right interpretation of all this stuff.
Yeah.
So in the comments, I'm curious to know who is tuned in so far. If we've got anybody who is a contributor to the Biomech Encyclopedia, because I know that there's a lot of folks that have put work into that have been coming to these events. I know Chris Hall is planning on being here. John Clue is going to try and make it.
Oh, cool.
Hopefully Kurt will make it. Kurt Windish. He just finished a painting that he and I have been working on.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Oh,
the spiral thing, yeah.
Yeah.
We got Crying Kid. Well, every party has got that going on somewhere in the background. So yeah, I'm just pouring my palette and trying to put down a nice representation of brights. And you know, one of the things that we're doing in this, it kind of reminds me in some ways of the rib panel we did on Maserati, right?
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah.
Where we got into some sort of goldish greenish, but it really never tipped that far into the greens, right? And
it had some real subtle brown hints to it too, I think.
And so yeah, that's all going on in here too, and I like that. You know, it's, you know, what Shane Smith refers to as grown-up colors. You know, because we
I like that.
When we first had access to all this bright color all those years ago, it's like, holy shit, we better get bright with everything,
right?
And it's still
everything looked radioactive.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's not always the answer. And you know, I specifically remember this time I was working on a guy at a convention, and I ended up just sort of accidentally on a whim kind of dipping between orange and green, and I got this crazy straw color, and the background I was working in front of was purple, and just the straw color into the front of the purple, the guy was like, whoa, what's that color, right? And he just reacted so strongly to it. And I think it was partly because it wasn't, you know, the same old. It wasn't obvious. You couldn't easily answer what that color was. You know, it was a synthesis of colors. It was, you know, the thing that happens when you dip between stuff. And
those magic colors.
Ever since then, yeah, I've been always trying to reach farther into that place. And of course now it's easy to get pre-made colors that are not just the 12 basics, because back then
Right.
that's what you had, is the 12 basics. And any company that had more than one brown, people are like, why that's that fancy artsy thing they got going on there, 2 brown. But like I was just talking to Frank Linatra, who's he primarily does like cartoon new school stuff, but he does it sort of outline free, more
Yeah.
like a Pixar look. And what was the point I was making? The colors. Yeah. So he's got this whole set of colors with Eternal that are just that, just like almost like biomech colors in some way. I use them all the time. Atmosphere
cool.
colors, like muted cools of several different tones, muted warms of several different tones, and named after aspects of landscapes, right? Because that's what somebody who's doing cartoon new school kind of stuff is going to be maybe geared towards. But man, that's been a nice set of colors, because they're already kind of dumbed down, and I'm already using a lot of like the Eternal ochre, the dark ochre, caramel, mocha. That's sort of my warm range, up into some kind of dark brown. And then one of Frank's browns, I think he calls it desert dark. And then I've got sort of the muted cool starting at it's one of those zombie colors, rigor mortis. That's a great, really light cool, right? I love that. And
what a crazy name. I like that.
Yeah. And then you've got smoke, and then Frank's atmosphere dark, and then up into slate blue, and then sometimes I'll have a purple concentrate. It would be great if somebody would make a concentrate color that wasn't purple or blue and had a touch of black, but I end up dipping to do that all the time.
Hey, Ty, I don't mean to burst in, but is there any way for you to like set your phone up somewhere? Are you holding your phone?
I am holding it. Yeah, let me try to figure out something.
It was looking great and cool, and it was dynamic, but
now it's annoying.
It also actually eats up more bandwidth when the picture is in motion.
Okay.
Because it has to keep refreshing in different, frame.
Chris Hall, who's in the chat room, Melissa Sink is tuned in, working on some client work here.
Nice.
SJ is, I'm here, but I've never attempted biomechanics before.
Yeah. So SJ, if you don't know where to begin, I've been recommending just finding a cool object like a rock or a seashell or a seed pod or something like that, and plop it down on the table in front of you and move it around in the light, get some nice light and shadow in there, maybe reflect back a cool light source to kind of fill the dark areas, and treat it as a still life. Maybe do a dynamic crop of it. Don't just center it in your canvas, but zoom in on the part of it that you think is the most interesting, has the coolest light and shadow, and you'll end up with something that would make a great abstract composition. Whether you want to call it bio or not is, that's not important. And Michelle is about to arrive with a bottle of liquid, and I'm going to get rolling. Yeah, that works for Ty. Is that like set up on a tree branch or something?
No, I'm like propping it on my canteen and holding it with the other hand.
There's got to be a better answer than that. Do you have tape with you?
In the truck. I'd have to go grab it.
Yeah, at some point it might be worth it.
Yeah. For now, I will maintain that.
So I'm gonna run and grab paper towels.
How's this work for you, Gabe? Is this okay?
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah, I think it looks great too. I mean, it's upside down, but that's fine. I mean, that's the cool thing about it, is it's abstract. But yeah, the thought of having to hold it in place with your left hand the entire time doesn't sound like very much fun.
She's seeing her layout right now.
Nice. Okay. All right. Kaya is laying out her bearded dragon. I'm going to get paper towels and move some stuff around, so I'll be rejoining you folks in a minute. Gabe, if you want to just directly send Chris the Zoom link, he can fill this fourth window.
Sure thing.
Looking for
Sure.
Yeah. The table's pushed so far back. I think.
Yeah. I'll move it out.
I grabbed a beer.
Okay. Doesn't sound like a terrible idea.
Well, I think I have to drink a beer since I'm painting beer.
Okay, that makes sense. Can't paint BioMech without a beer.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'll be right back. Taking towels. Is there anything else we need? Tape?
I brought a roll of tape and it's on the table and it's from the house. You can grab it.
Grab that. Take the towels.
Okay. Hey guy, when Kaya comes out here, it's very, very low. She might be well in that Kim safe chair. She has better leverage. That's the bummer. Hey guy, we need a garbage bag.
I just tuned back into the aftermath of Drunk Critique European, and it's Marcus and Kaya and Bob. And I literally just clicked unmute, and all of a sudden they're talking Trump and shit. And I'm like, oh no.
Oh, it's going to be awesome.
But they might be joining at some point too.
Oh, right on.
Chris has got the link, or he's getting the link.
So Kai's going to do her layout in acrylic.
Perfect.
Because it's detailed, and yeah.
No, it's brilliant. How did you talk her into that?
Stickers says you were all inspired. Thank you.
So unfortunately, our painting got put down in my palette, so I got it all over my hands.
20 people watching.
I got it mostly up now.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
That's why we needed a garbage
mindful
bag.
in here, and also I'm low too.
Oh right, I was going to bring the chair. Okay. Here's a garbage bag.
These chairs don't double on top of each other, do they?
No, they don't. Plus, we don't have enough to do that. You want a pillow?
Yeah, that'd be great if you don't mind, since you have to go back.
Pillow and the taller chair. Gotcha. Okay. So we're still getting situated here.
Can they hear us?
Yeah, they can hear us. We're live, but you know, this is Zoom. People expect that.
I think when it comes to politics, because it's such a heated subject, that people shouldn't talk about it on a open forum.
Yeah, I think that
it's like shit colored glasses, you know, to discuss.
You know, the thing is I know there are people within my artistic circle that have different, you know, like political leanings than I, and I like them as people, and it just strikes me as being a ridiculous thing to cancel that out over politics, you know, and that's why I'd rather not even go there. It's just, I mean, you might notice I never post anything about that stuff, and it's not because I don't have strong, actually extremely strong feelings about some of these things, but you know, I'm not going there with my friends because we're friends for other reasons. We're not friends because of politics.
Well, you wouldn't be friends if it was.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sometimes those things can be too dividing, you know, and I think there's, you know, a lot of common ground that people have, even though they don't always agree on everything, you know.
I totally agree.
It's like, it's okay to, you know, have different opinions and still connect on the things that matter more.
Right, like everyone's painting tonight, and a lot of biomech out there that are on all walks of life.
For sure.
I'm painting biomech. I don't know if Guy showed you my painting.
Yeah, I did. That thing is sweet so far.
Thank you.
I really like you've always done these really beautiful, soft, real, I don't know, milky kind of like effects. I really like it. Like what are those flowers? Plumerias or whatever that are
Plumerias,
in the studio. Yeah, in the studio. And I love that painting.
Thank you. You know what? It really depends on. It depends on the canvas. Like last night, I painted on wood, and it was easier to see the brushwork. And when you're on canvas, the pores just absorb your the character of your brushwork is more so, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. I tend to paint on wood more because of that.
Yeah, exactly. I like that. I like seeing the brushwork because it shows the character of the craftsmanship.
For sure.
But it's interesting how each surface responds differently to your input.
Yeah.
But this bear painting I started 3 months ago. I haven't worked on it in 3 months, so I need to. Because it's hard to get back into something once you've been away from it for a while.
Yeah, sometimes it can take a few minutes before the right creative juice starts flowing, you know?
Yeah. Well, Guy said, what do you want to paint? I'm like, it's not 11 o'clock at night. I think I could get back into it.
Normally, you know, that's kind of.
He's always like, let's paint. And it's 11 by the time, you know, we're able to. And I don't have the mind to, like, care anymore about painting.
Right. Like, I'm fried. How about we do it tomorrow?
Mm-hmm. Especially if you haven't had the momentum in it, you know, like with because you haven't worked on it in a couple of months.
Yeah.
But once you get going, it's so easy because your paints are poured and you're in the mindset.
Sometimes I think the right music really helps. Like sometimes I find, you know, like putting in earbuds and like drowning everything out and just kind of like getting into a jam of some sort.
Yeah.
Kind of can help me get into the rhythm of like a painting that I haven't touched in a while.
I could see that. It's the same thing with working out. If you have good music, you don't feel the weight of the struggle.
Yeah, for sure. It makes it a little easier to physically force your body to do things it doesn't want to do.
If I don't have music, I feel like I weigh 1,000 pounds, and if I have really good music and it's loud, I feel like I have so much more like enthusiasm and energy.
You know, this might sound sort of strange, but I might not be the only one here that has sort of chosen soundtracks for paintings. Like you find yourself, like you sit down and whatever it was you were playing the last time you worked on it, you kind of put that back on. And, I definitely found myself doing that. It's like re-entering the same space, and I might go somewhere else musically later, but it's kind of like I kind of landed on that by accident because there was a time when we were we were in the middle of moving, and I had given up my apartment and was just sort of like temporarily, everything was in our loft in Chicago, and I was working on this painting. It was taking a while, you know, and it was every time I sat down with it, you know, life was pretty chaotic at the time, and that was kind of my escape. I had my shop at the time, and you know, a lot was going on. And so, well, right, when is a lot not going on, but
Yeah.
but yeah, I would put on the same music and pour my colors and
That would help you, huh?
well, I would feel like I would re-enter that same space, like whatever I was thinking about, all that stuff was like right back.
Oh, cool.
It was almost like a
That's why if you
recording of a moment.
That's why if you listen to the music that you listened to in high school, you'll go back into that. You can remember those feelings,
Right.
which is really interesting.
Yeah, especially for those of us who hated high school.
I'm just saying because, like, basically, when you're 15, your neural pathways in your brain are the most receptive to music. So whatever you're listening to when you're 15 or 16 stays with you. If you
I wonder if the same goes for like smells too, because they say that smells would trigger a lot of stuff like that, like memories and things like that. Yeah.
Not for me, I don't have a very good sense of smell, but
yeah, me either.
That's what I hear.
That's why he doesn't have his shoes.
Oh well, people tell me. I just don't know what the experience of my shoes stinking is actually like. You see, I understand it as a verbal concept only.
Guy's shoes.
Well, don't feel bad. I don't have a good sense of smell either.
It's a blessing and a curse.
Right.
So you're natural light only. That gives you what, about an hour and a half, 2 hours?
Are you camping?
He's in.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
I had to. I'm actually in a small town because of service, so I'm in a public park.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
But
otherwise we wouldn't have connection at all.
Are you in Oregon or where are you?
I'm in southern Colorado.
Oh wow, must be beautiful. Yeah. Is it beautiful?
It is.
I'll bet.
It is. It's been raining on and off, but Colorado's weather's really strange. It'll thunder and get real crazy and pour down, and then 10 minutes later, nothing. It's back to being hot. Like you're constantly taking a jacket on and off. It's weird.
So Sandy is wondering, should she join Bio? Yeah, I'd love it if she came and painted with us. I think everything else is done, right? Gabe? I don't know if he can hear us.
I don't know.
So yeah, I'm excited to see people post stuff after tonight, and regardless of what you're working on, whether it's something that you're doing for this evening or, like in our case, we have things in progress already. After tonight, we're encouraging people to post with the hashtag VTG. Okay. We're going to be encouraging people to post with the hashtag VTGBio, and I'll make a post about that. I'd love to see what people are doing, especially people who haven't done this kind of thing before and are just exploring abstract art and seeing what they can do. Really curious to see what, I think anyone that's got good tattoo composition skills has it in them to do something beautiful that's abstract.
But so what are you guys encouraging? Biomech painting? Is that the theme?
Well, it's a bio paint jam, but
isn't it bio about figurative stuff too, like Giger?
It can involve anything, yeah. I mean, it's obviously right. Giger was sort of like the start of it all, so anything that he did, clearly fits in this category. And he did some figurative things, but they are always dressed up in his sort of alien robotic textures and patterns and extended, elongated body parts, exaggerated features.
Yeah.
All right. It sounds like Kai is going to come join us. Get started on her beard. And yeah, bearded dragon is such a cool little biomech creature to have around. Extended, elongated body parts, exaggerated features.
Yeah.
All right, so we're getting an echo somewhere. Sandy just showed up, so maybe it's on Sandy's window. Started on her beard. That's the fun thing about having the multiple windows is then who's got the echo.
Right. With me.
Yeah, it's gone now. How you doing, Sandy? Long couple of days here.
Yeah, but very good. I was working on my my other painting most of today as well.
Oh, nice.
Oils are very fun, but I'm looking forward to doing this bio stuff with them because I think that it's going to be fun doing something that's a little more abstract and not like I was working on the eyeballs today and it was just like very, oh my gosh, all of a sudden paint would get moved somewhere because it's not
Right.
eye.
Okay, Ty, I'll go up there and do that in a minute. Yeah, it's the same things that make oils great. You know, the fact that they stay wet and allow you to really work the paint together. The paint has more of an interaction that also makes it more challenging.
Do you have the acrylic?
Yes.
Here, she's just going to start with black. Okay. And here's a rinse cup, and I just need to give her a piece of palette paper.
So I have your palette paper. Yeah. Come in here. You're going to be right here in the spot. Hey, Mom, I want to take a photo of this. Sure. Oh, wow, you did a great job.
Oh, I'd love to see it. Check it out. Nice.
I'd love to look and say that this is the transfer.
All right. So here's Kaya's bearded dragon. You can see she's cropped the face. So just
wow.
I drew that.
It's using transfer paper, right?
Yep.
Nice. All right.
Okay.
And then, do you want your reference?
Okay.
Okay, so I'll go.
I might not. You know what? You can go get it.
I'll get that, and I'll turn the music off up there.
This might need a lot of tape underneath it, otherwise it's definitely gonna flip.
Okay. Can you do that while I grab the other things? All right. So Chris is still trying to get in.
It's like you're having a smear all over your board.
Yeah, I see that. That's why we have the cardboard here. Yeah, I think I had a liquid spill. Okay. And if you could hand me a paper towel, that'd be great. All right. Well, I will be right back. And so, Sandra, what have you got as a reference there?
So there was a really big flood or like some washout happening this year, and there was this, I don't know how easy it is to see, but there was this
like erosion
really
or something.
Cool, a really cool rut, and I thought, what? This is just too biomech. So I took a picture of it like a couple months ago.
Oh wow, that's cool.
And thought that'd be cool. And then I think I'm gonna try and maybe use some of this. Took some pictures of coals the other day when we were camping, and maybe this cool mushroom that has all these cool droplets. But that might be getting a little too crazy. We'll see.
That might be too many things. The first two photos together is already a full composition.
Yeah. I think I might stick with mostly this guy because it's just a really cool shape.
Do you like the tree sticker?
I think it's great.
I want you to take a photo.
Okay, for sure will.
You're probably going to want to.
It looks like it. I like the age where your land's really strong. You still able to see them. You know, if you wet them really carefully, you're able to use it like a watercolor.
That's what I'm going to do.
Oh, cool. Okay, let's get a picture. Very nice.
Now we get the entire.
Okay, is that good?
Perfect.
Okay, so you just need one color for starting.
Now be very close up of the eye.
Okay, for sure. Is that enough? Kind of just to get started?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you go ahead and get
your... So close up of the eye.
Okay.
I think that was a lot of work.
These are your brushes, and you can have more if you need more. Okay, these are hand wipes if you get any paint on your hands, okay?
All right, here's reference.
Here's your reference.
Okay.
Over here.
That's it.
Doesn't need it yet. If you need your reference, we have it, okay?
So Ty, what stage are you at with your project here? Are you kind of detailing out?
Yeah, I really wanted to try to do something that this foreground shape here was, you know, really sharp focus, and then everything else is kind of more and more diluted. Thing that this foreground shape here was really sharp focus, and everything else is kind of more and more diluted.
So basically, you're pushing and pulling to get your focus and out of focus really more prominent. We got an echo going on somewhere in the system. I'm guessing it's Chris because he just came on.
Sorry, there we go.
Hello, Chris.
Hey
up,
guys,
dude?
how are you?
Oh, happy to have you here. We're off and running.
Glad to be here.
What have you got going on
Yeah.
today?
I don't know, man. I'm just gonna mess around with some wood grain and maybe even mix it up with a little crinkled paper.
Nice.
Yeah,
Cool.
something different.
And so, yeah, we've got
Fun with
Sandy
that.
doing this erosion mech. I'm working on a thing that Ty and I already had in progress. Kai is over here doing a piece of bearded dragon mech. Michelle is working on BioMech. Basically, it's like inspired by a piece of beer brewing apparatus.
Yeah.
And it's really cool. And so I'll show all of those a couple of times as we go. Like each time we take breaks or whatever.
It reminds me of Michelle. Your painting kind of reminds me. I've been trying to collect reference photos of like old rusted metal lately to do a body of work on that as a subject matter, and that I find that kind of stuff, that old machinery, looking stuff, to be really similar.
Oh yeah, cool. I could see that. I actually said to Guy that I thought that my painting looked a little steampunk.
Yeah, yeah.
Of it. It looks like it's, and it doesn't look. It looks like it's steampunk because it's not like, it looks like you can see the tape marks and the construction of it more crude.
Yeah, there's this farm not far from here. We used to ride our bikes past it all the time, where they've got like 50 old tractors sitting in the front yard just rusting. Like imagine going there with a camera.
But there's a lot of really beautiful repetitive shapes, and they have like curves on the end. They're not just spikes. So you have these really nice curves. The things that turn the wheat, cut the wheat.
Oh yeah, well, like farm implements, definitely. They're not just spiky. They've got some grace to them because there's that functionality built into them.
That's cool. We went on a hike recently and saw a really old some sort of digger machine, like a really huge crane, and it had the craziest patterns on the rust. It was so cool looking. I took a lot of pictures also for reference.
Yeah, I think tomorrow there's like an old mine shaft with some like equipment kind of looking stuff on my hike tomorrow. I'm definitely going to try to get as many photos of that stuff as I can.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I can just imagine like the history of like mining in Colorado, the prospectors and all that. So some of that stuff is going to be pretty old.
Right.
Yeah, that's funny actually. The machine that we saw was near a mine shaft, so it must be like a big thing. They just leave these massive things there.
Yeah.
It's possible that they just use them until they're used up.
Yeah.
There's no point transporting this 800 tons of broken steel anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, or they're
Other
so
than
broke
obviously.
they probably couldn't afford to get it off the mountain if they tried now.
Well, right. Yeah, all these mining conglomerates kind of, each one kind of goes bankrupt and then shuts down its operations when minerals run low. And so then they just leave their garbage.
I just kind of spaced out. I have no room at all. I need all this. When you move these oils, I'm going to get paint all over.
So like a logistical question for starting a biomech painting. You guys usually start with the foreground or the background?
Oh man, in general, I like to block out backgrounds before I do my final pass on the foreground for sure, because then your last brush strokes come in front of the background brush strokes. Yeah. But everyone has their preference when it comes to that. There's not a right or wrong way.
Sweet.
Do you do a lot of realism stuff, Sandy?
Yeah, like I like to do a lot of, I guess you would say, like, I don't know what it would be called, like whimsical kind of realism. I like to like realistic elements, but I generally am drawing kind of like real funny little characters or psychedelic things.
And so how does your process start? Would you normally like block something like that in?
Well, I actually, this is my second oil painting. So,
Oh.
so
You don't have a process yet.
no process yet. Yeah, I
Oh,
did
okay.
that. I'll show you the one that I did. We were doing this thing, and you can see that I'm still quite.
You're breaking up pretty bad. I don't know if there's any. Oh, that's looking good.
Hey, I was
I
pretty
love the
happy
mushroom
with it so
color,
far.
Amanita color.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it was just like I started noticing, like, yeah, because everything doesn't dry right away, it's kind of like wild trying to figure out. I would have assumed background first and then just do the foreground, but then, like the background kind of plays around with the foreground. So definitely different.
Yeah.
But I'm really liking it so far.
I think that's why I personally do or try to have a few paintings in the works all at the same time, so that,
Yeah,
you know, when one's too wet to play with, I pick something else up, you know.
that makes sense. And I'm realizing the importance of an easel and a painting stick, because I have just been getting paint on myself all day.
Yeah, having the right setup does prevent a certain amount of that. So I'd love to hear who's in the chat room, who is painting, and what you're working on. If it's anyone who we don't already know, we'd love to hear where you're from.
Looks like Robert Shaw is in there.
All right. Yeah, Rob has he did some of his very first paintings while visiting down here. And since then, he's really been very consistently pushing himself and putting a lot of hours into the paintings, which I think is, you know, people, I think, get discouraged when it doesn't look the way they want it to fast enough. And I've seen some of these same paintings, you know, as they've been developed over the months. And definitely that's a part of the key to success there, is to not give up too quick.
Is this Rob, the Rob that we're talking about?
Yeah, Rob. He's got a couple
cool.
of paintings. You hear that, Rob? Your name is now Rob. Because you got paintings from a lot of people in this group.
Yeah, he's super cool, man. Super nice guy. I like him.
He's been running the museum, the tattoo museum, during the virtual tattoo gathering.
Oh, cool.
And I'm gonna see if there's some way to do regular museum events in the future, because it's just such a nice setup that he's got. This includes a tent that was owned by this guy Milton Zeiss, who some of you may have heard of. He was a historic character. He was a mail order tattoo guy, one of the very first. And of course, he took a lot of beef for it at the time. But of course, now, you know, that's just the way all business is done. And he was up there in Rockford, Illinois. And so he had this tent. It was like a circus tent. And he would take it around to actual circuses and work on people. And so, yeah, Rob has got this tent, and he actually sets it up when he does the museum right there in his shop.
Dang, that's cool.
A little piece of history.
I didn't know that's where the tent was from. That's so cool.
Hey, Tyler, you got a lot of scales. Take your time.
They like these.
And you know what? You don't have to do it.
I'm definitely not finishing it today.
So yeah, it was kind of funny. Ever since doing the wood grain paint jam, after that, I ended up having to go to the hardware store to just, you know, regular old hardware store run kind of stuff. And there I am standing there in the wood panel section going, whoa.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I missed out on that one. I really wanted to take that one.
Well, we'll have to do that again, because it was a lot of fun. And yeah, I enjoyed it so much that the very next night I did another one. And Chris and I had already done one when he was down here last.
So Rob's in the comment section. Rob as well. I'm jamming with you all. How's
It's up to you.
And
She's ready for color.
Fiona says that listening along, but you seem to step away from the spell we started with yesterday.
Oh, I guess.
Yeah. I feel you.
I don't have any.
Melissa thinks
Okay, so I'm going to actually have to step away for a minute here because I need to grab some supplies. So, and I think I also have to grab myself a beer. And all we have in the studio is the cheap stuff. So I'll be seeing you folks in a minute.
Cool, man.
Yeah, Rob says that his Zoom is on point now. Yeah, Rob, if you wanted to zoom in here, link in the comments. But I know you're also streaming right now from your booth, so.
Whoops.
You think you should do a really thin one because it's just empty space? It's mostly water. And then you can pull out your details. It's like having a pretending face. You know what I mean? Color beam.
How old are Kaya's bearded dragons?
How old is your bearded dragon?
Oh, sideburns. About 3 or 4. 4, I think.
Wow. Dang, I feel old.
How old do they usually grow till, Kaya?
Some have lived to like 20.
Awesome.
No way.
About as long as cats, believe it or not. That's part of the reason why my dad got me a beardy. He was gonna get me some kind of lizard, except, well, he got me a beardy because they're both really sturdy and can be handled a lot. At the time, I was like 6 or 7, and so I would handle things a little rough, like roughly. So that's why he got me both a sturdy kind of lizard and a lizard that lived a long time.
That's cool.
Right now, I'm painting him.
I'd see that later. I saw the dinosaur that you painted me when I was there last time.
Oh, Kaya painted you?
She painted me a dinosaur and a mushroom.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Last night, Kaya's painting that she did looks just like her childhood friend. Unbelievable portrait. She didn't mean to make it look like her, but it looks just like her. So cool.
That's amazing.
Still have that portrait she did of Rango for me.
Oh, you have that?
Yeah.
I'm glad it made it to you. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know if she ever sent that. If we ever sent that. Right now, we're just surrounded by hummingbirds. They're really active.
One got its beak stuck in the screen earlier.
Oh,
my dad told us about it.
Oh, poor thing.
Yeah.
Did it get out or what?
Except before Dad walked over there, it just like buzzed out. Got his beak unstuck and just buzzed away.
Phew.
Oh. Dang.
What a day for that guy.
Yeah.
It's the same one because it just keeps hanging out here. Partially because there's a hummingbird feeder really close by.
That makes sense. We had a hummingbird end up staying almost the entire winter last year.
Oh wow.
There was snow and it kept coming
Wow.
back, so we had to keep putting like warm water out every couple hours.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Did the hummingbird make it? Do you know if it made it?
We don't know, like we never found a little body or anything, but
Yeah.
he just didn't come one day, so we were like either he caught up with the rest of them or he might have been just old and decided to stay
I'm
around.
sure about hummingbirds that don't make the migration and they stick around, but then they freeze because you know they don't leave. And I heard about one time somebody putting up a space heater in a tree for the hummingbird, but he didn't make it. The hummingbird didn't make it.
Yeah, we tried to put up little warm blankets and stuff, but it wouldn't go for it. So it's just, we were hoping that maybe it was just like he was old and he was like, I'm just going around and be fed right now until I go.
I love them too.
Oh, they're just so sweet. And they get all fuzzy. He was always like so fuzzed up because it was cold.
Don't read your name here. Oh, it's done. Okay, cool. That sounds great. And Kaya, over here you can't see it, but this all solid black. So you can move your canvas over a little bit and really look at the black over here. Look at all that. Oh, cool. Look at all that solid black. See how it defines that spike? But what's behind it is pretty solid black. Don't lose your spike though.
All right. So we have very limited.
Okay, so okay, it's a limited palette. Think of it more as a.
We do have brown, a yellow.
Values.
This is gesso, which you can use as white, but you shouldn't dip directly into it or out blob. Got plenty of bugs and stuff in it to add texture. So you have to break that skin.
Hey, Kaya, explain to her how she should think of it as a value drawing.
Yeah, start with value, just using the browns, and notice that among all these shapes, you've got a sweep of a shape there, a sweep of a shape there, there you have light there. So look for those sweeps of shapes. I don't know how I got covered with paint.
Acrylic or oil?
I think it's acrylic. I'm going to need better access to the paper towel.
Okay, got it?
No.
Here. There's no room on the table.
Yeah.
So I'm knock over water.
All right. So I'm curious to know if anyone else has been able to join us so far, and if anybody who was involved in the encyclopedia project has heard about this announcement. We did post this at the BioMech Collective. I know a lot of people are actually still working right now, although it is a Monday night.
That's great.
Yeah, I love the translucent glaze phase of painting, especially when you're creating depth effects between layers, because that's when you can really get that separation going. And I find that that's true also when tattooing, is after it's healed and you've kind of done your shading and basic coloring in most of your shapes. You get a chance to come back in, and some of them you make a little darker, some of them you pull back and soften a little bit. Those tiny things add up to making a big difference.
Yeah, it's crazy what a difference that stuff makes.
Is the glaze specific different stuff, or is it just kind of like a washed down?
Yeah, that's
version?
really just basically that just
Yeah.
means using medium, oil medium, and small amounts of color are diluted in that medium. In some cases, somebody might glaze the whole surface. They'll just cover the entire surface of the painting with the medium and then just work into that with tiny amounts of paint. Or you might just glaze the small area that you're adding highlights to or whatever. But whatever the method is, if you're diluting the paint a lot with the oil medium and allowing mostly the existing paint to show through, and that's referred to as a glaze. The old Flemish painters, they would do 30 or 40 layers, and it would look almost like glass because they put so many layers of varnish on it, and that's where the word glaze,
Wow,
the glassy finish.
that's a lot of layers.
Yeah. So back to this whole puzzle of, where to put the highlights, where to put the brightest highlights, when we're dealing with light sources like this. And Nick Baxter and I have had this conversation before, and Marcus Lenhart as well. It's like, the idea of a rim light only makes sense when the object is not directly in front of the light source. The part of it that's directly in front of the light source, you wouldn't actually see a rim light. You would just see the shadow of the object extending all the way to its edge. The rim light starts showing up on things that are a little bit farther away from the center of the light source. And so that's something I'm going to try to work with here.
Hmm.
The lighting puzzle. You'd think I'd have answers by now. Definitely, the longer you work on a puzzle, I think the more questions you find, not necessarily the more answers.
Yeah, totally, exactly. Like when you're a teenager, you're like, I know all the things. And then as you become
What's up with these adults? Why don't they have more self-confidence with knowing? They used to know everything. They just forgot it, I guess.
Yeah.
I would be a teenager again, though, just to have the years.
Yeah, totally.
I don't know, maybe not. If someone right now gave me the choice, I don't know. I have to be that dumb all over again.
Oh gosh. I'd like the years without having to do that.
Yeah.
I guess that's the trade-off.
Yeah, exactly.
I just turned 52 the other day.
Oh, right.
Hey, happy birthday.
Thanks.
How do
I
you
did
feel?
a big hoo-ha out of it. Oh, how do I feel? It's been a stressful week, and I ended up having like an ulcer flare up and stuff. And it just kind of, so it wasn't the best possible week, but not to mention we lost a pet we had to bury on my birthday, and this is one of the good ones. Not that any of them aren't, but yeah, it was a trying week. But
On Dad's birthday, he said, "Don't say the word happy and birthday in the same sentence."
Oh, what a horrible thing, right? I shouldn't have said that, but that's how I was feeling when I woke up that morning. But yeah, some days have passed, and I definitely am way more in the camp of counting my blessings,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard when there's that stuff like that going on, when you're losing a like friend and stuff. It's just like, ugh.
Yeah, it can be hard. It can be hard to see the positive and things like that.
Yeah. You can know intellectually, yeah, everything.
Yeah.
But your mind's just like, no, it's not.
Right.
Still, after 50, it's like every year's a bonus round.
Yeah, Yeah, in some ways, but now, now 50 is the new 20 or whatever. I disagree. 70 is the new 30, so I should at least be allowed to make it to 70, right?
I was just saying that after 50, every year is like a bonus round when.
How old are you, Gabe? Gabe, how old are you?
He might have popped off camera. He concluded a very long drunk critique, so.
I'm not even sure that it's included. I think that they're doing the English one at 9.
Yeah, I guess this was the European edition drunk critique, and so it was more like actual drinking hour than it normally.
Sorry, literally, I just left as soon as I was there. I'm a 46.
Oh, okay.
74. I was born in 74.
Yeah, me too.
But I have to take my annoying dog out. Was where I was going. I'll be back.
Okay.
What did he say? He has to do what?
Take his annoying dog out. But we were just.
Where'd Lovren go?
We were just, no. This is Gabe's annoying dog.
Okay. Oh, that's Gabe.
Yeah. No, Rango has definitely never been an annoying dog.
No.
We
Whose
actually
dog
just.
is Rango? Is that your pie?
Yeah, that's my dog.
Great dog. It's a special
He's
dog.
the best.
He is the best. He really is. He's not just saying that.
He loves you even though he hasn't met you. I guarantee.
Yeah, exactly. That's
I
it.
love it too.
100%. That's my dog.
Playing dog online.
But anyway, that's what I'm doing right now. Is that sort of like, this is the center of the light source. So I'm going all the way silhouette with this shape, but only there, right? Then I have to try to smoothly transition it back out to the places where there is the actual rim light.
Oh yeah.
That's part of my puzzle for tonight.
One of the
Go on.
How are you doing, Michelle? Are you getting in the flow?
Yeah. I'm just painting little details. I don't have a lot of freedom in my painting right now because I'm painting in the details. Not like big brush work.
Yeah, you're doing math. You're doing math basically.
Yeah, right, exactly. all straight art. They're all clean art. No, it's not yet. It looks great, Kyle.
Yeah, you keep going, and when you actually are able to start lifting out the highlights, you'll really see it come together.
And here's the key. This is the key to the universe. Never think about your painting if it's good or bad. Just do it. Don't even think about it. As soon as you start to think about it, you psych yourself out.
Yeah.
Just do it without thinking about it, and then you can see it tomorrow, and you'll see you got something done.
I think another thing that stops a lot of people is when you're working on the painting, it'll go through stages. Be like, ooh, this looks really good. Okay, well, now I'm going to add this next color. And you add the next color, and then you feel like you might have lost something, right? And that's the moment that a lot of people get discouraged. They're like, oh, before I ruin it all the way, I'm gonna walk away, right? But meanwhile, that thing that they did was actually necessary. You did need to add that next color. And it is going to take the addition of a couple more colors after that before you start to get back some of the things you might have felt that you lost, but then you'll get that back and then some, right?
It's the same thing with the tattoo.
Right. Yeah. With tattooing, it's similar, but with painting, since we're actually painting over stuff and obscuring details and things like that, it's easier to feel like you've maybe lost something.
Years ago, Damon Conklin, I was really struggling with a painting, and we were painting in the same space together, and he gave me some good advice. He said that you see your painting for what it's not, but everybody else sees your painting for what it is.
That's so good.
And I've always really liked that.
Yeah.
And so whenever I'm like frustrated or like think my painting sucks or whatever the deal is, I kind of try to think back to that, a little bit of wisdom.
How did you hear that wisdom?
Yeah.
You see your painting for what it is not, and you're painting for what it is. So keep on keeping on.
Yeah, Damon's got a lot of good nuggets.
Damon's great. You should have invited
Yeah.
him.
That was the first and only time I've ever hung out with him, but
He's awesome.
he was cool, man.
He's totally awesome.
Yeah, he did an interview with us a few months back at the beginning of this whole thing, and
Yeah.
he's got a good sense of humor behind everything that he does, but at the same time, like, you know, his tattoo designs and Procreate drawings are extremely well thought out. You know, whatever humor there might be, there is definitely tempered by a lot of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sometimes I find that the painting looks good, then bad, then good, then bad, then good, then bad, right? And I don't even worry about it until it finally gets to that point where it should start looking like something, right? And then I'll worry if it's not right, you know, and that's not until at least like the point where this piece is, right? Where I'm starting to
Damon's like the Yoda of tattooing.
the Yoda of tattooing. That's a good one.
Good.
He just doesn't mix up his sentences backwards. He should start though.
Yeah, I was gonna say he should start.
So Sandy, what is the surface that you're painting on? Is that just a black primed panel, or what do you got there?
Little canvas.
Oh, nice.
Is that white? Is it dry?
Yes.
Is it dry?
That's a little.
You'll have to poke through it a little bit.
I was I'm listening like a couple seconds behind on the stream. That was a comment from Toyota Mason St. Ors.
Right on. Has anyone else, Gabe, commented who's actually painting with us tonight?
I'm just gonna go like this for now, okay? Hey, Guy.
Yes.
When the time presents itself, I might want a tabletop easel because I'm having a hard time really seeing this.
Okay,
know?
I don't have a tabletop easel.
The black one that would that had those two little ones. When you're ready to go.
You can work on that as a tabletop easel. Okay.
Yeah. And I can work with this until.
Okay. Another half hour, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I personally have a hard time working on a tabletop with anything larger than about 8 by 10.
Yeah, and I can't see what I'm doing because it's like, there's not enough room on the table either.
Yes.
It'll help me get some room on the table, going vertical.
Yeah. Like they did in New York.
Do you guys use painting sticks like to keep your hands off, or have you just kind of gotten used to not touching it somehow?
I sometimes I use my other paintbrush as a painting stick, which you can do. You can hold one paintbrush in your left hand and then hand on your right, on the brush, and you can make your own painting stick. And you get a lot of control that way.
Yes.
I've tried a bunch of different ways through the years. I even made myself something kind of like a tattoo armrest with a head that you could raise and lower and swivel that I could rest my hand on. And that worked out pretty well. Then I remember John Clue had this great easel where it had a stick that just hung that you could roll back and forth like a curtain almost, and it just was a stick that would hang and you would rest your hand on that.
Wow.
Hey, Kaya, it's looking cooler and cooler. Just have faith and keep working.
I want to build it up like crazy, because that will get rid of the highlights and make it muddy.
No, it won't, because it's
okay. Just keep pushing and pulling. Don't worry about it. Now is not the time to worry about it. Just keep pushing and pulling. Sometimes you have to build highlights and then put color over them and put
you can always
highlights.
You can always put those highlights back in, Kaya. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, and the scales, you could also go back to, you've got black paint still. Yeah. You can keep reasserting things that are getting lost. It's all there for you.
No, it's not. It's actually coming along.
Yeah, sometimes just when you think it's not going smoothly, and you're just squishing things together, the magic starts happening. And sometimes you have to go actually through a period of, at least a few minutes of it's just not connecting or doesn't feel intuitive. But then something starts to happen. And you can't necessarily force that moment. But you certainly can enable it to happen by just not giving up.
Totally. Like when you're cleaning your closet and then it just like has to be awful first.
Oh, that's a good one. Or like whenever you're cleaning out the litter box.
Yeah.
Well,
Guy's an expert on that.
yeah, it's always plural in my case.
Oh.
Yeah, we have 11 cats.
And we try to follow the rule of having one box per head, and so
Wow.
it's a workout.
Wow.
It is a workout.
No kidding.
Yeah.
The day's work.
So are the fires done burning in Colorado?
I haven't seen any around me. It's not smoky or anything, so I don't know. Yeah.
Fires in Colorado.
Yeah, I heard an interview on the radio with somebody who had witnessed one that was just getting started and watching it kind of burn their entire favorite trail, and how they were
Oh gosh.
like watching a loved one pass away, and just what they'd grown up there. That'd be rough.
Awful.
I mean, usually, if fire changes things in the end for the better, but at the moment, it definitely doesn't look great. It's a hard thing to watch.
I'm always amazed by the recovery process. There might be a couple years where it doesn't look like much, but pretty quickly, nature starts to reassert, and beautiful things start to happen pretty quickly. I mean, even down here, we don't have wildfires, but they do control burns in some of the state parks, and it always looks pretty weird at first. It's like, why on earth did they do that? But
right.
A year later, it's thriving again.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's big problems with that out here because of drought and everything like that. So they have to go through and they try to burn off all the dead wood to keep those fires from getting out of control if they were to catch.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, my dad was he worked for the government doing stuff for land management and stuff, and he always said that fire is very necessary. It doesn't seem like it to us at the time, but in the end, it always changes everything. Everything always benefits more afterwards, like the animals, the plants, everything.
Yeah.
Well, because we don't want fires to burn down our homes and businesses, in general, we try to put them out. And because we put them out, that stuff builds up, the dry stuff. And then eventually a fire happens that we can't do anything about.
Yeah. Like all those poor people in California,
Hey.
I'm one of those people.
Are you? I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks.
How's it going, guys? I just.
Haley's here.
Haley, what's up, dude?
What's up? It's really smoky here. It's not.
Is it?
It's obviously San Francisco's not on fire, but the smell of outside is some intense stuff.
So Haley, you're the person who I guess had posted something on the BioMech Facebook group, and as a result of that, sort of got invited here. Is that correct?
Oh, Gabe posted it, but I don't know. I follow you and Ty, and I've been trying really hard on my biomech stuff. So yeah.
Welcome. Glad to have you here.
Thank you guys.
Yeah. I did a tattoo on Haley. Nick's tattooed her, I think, as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Some cool bio stuff.
Christina Christie is asking, what kind of paint is everyone using?
Well, I'm using oils, and I've never been particular enough, although I'm starting to get to that point where if I painted every day, I would probably be using Old Holland for pretty much everything. But yeah, it's a mix of Grumbacher and Old Holland and a few Winsor Newton, etc. And then Michelle is also painting in oils, and we're using the same stuff. Kaya is doing an acrylic bearded dragon.
Why I usually use oil, except why I'm using acrylic is because there's a lot of detail in it, and I don't want it to just like all smudge together.
Yeah, that's a good plan.
That makes sense.
Solid. Yeah, I'm painting in oils, and I mostly use Gamblin. I like their paints, and they try to source them really well and take care of their stuff. So,
Christina, are you and John painting tonight? Because if so, we'd love to get you the link.
I sent it over to John earlier. He had just finished up tattooing. Hopefully I'm sure she's got it too, if he's got it right.
Nice.
Dang, Chris, that looks cool.
Oh, thank you, Todd.
I think I can take a break.
Okay.
Chris, do you have like a preference of where you find your wood that you really like?
This one's just from an art store. This is just a panel.
Go my way.
The green was kind of boring, but yeah, see what happens here. But yeah, this is just from like Michael's. But birch plywood's really nice.
Plywood, I bet. Actually, birch is such a beautiful wood.
Yeah,
We found
really
some
cool.
driftwood. Michelle, you were saying when we were doing the wood grain paint jam, you were mentioned the idea of finding driftwood, and so we were out buy some driftwood, and I was like, oh, I gotta find some to try and paint later. So I found this funny looking log that maybe I'll get to do something with.
Oh, cool.
Christina says, yes, John just finished tattooing and is headed home.
Right.
Nice thing about painting outside is you don't have to worry about the ventilation.
Yeah, very well ventilated. Yeah, we're painting outdoors tonight.
That's smart.
Hey, me too.
You sleeping out there tonight?
We got the idea from Ty.
Are you
Paint
sleeping in?
outside.
Have you?
Yeah,
have
we
you
just
been
figured
sleeping
it
out there?
was.
No, it's been raining.
It's not been the right weather for camping, but summer's not over yet.
You guys usually get a camping trip in?
Yeah, every summer except for this year.
Yeah, this year has just not been right for it. Like, we'll do a big family camping trip, meet up with the in-laws every year, and that's always been fun. But they're exactly the kind of people that are high risk, and so yeah, they're just sitting it out. We're probably not going to see them over the holidays either. And
COVID sucks.
yeah, COVID sucks, exactly. And then the other thing is there's a great homeschool group down here that we do some summer camping with them and that kind of thing. And these are some really cool, like-minded parents that we enjoy hanging around with around the campfire. But yeah, none of that this year either.
Yeah.
The beach was closed, no going to the beach. So we've just had kind of a private spot that, some of the locals know about, but there's no lifeguard or anything, so we have to be more cautious. Yeah, it's kind of like last resort, but can't go the whole summer without swimming.
No way. Yeah, we were gonna go to Nova Scotia this year for visiting Owen's family and our friends over there, and that hasn't happened and probably won't happen until next year. It's just like, ugh.
Oh man, Nova Scotia sounds cool.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful, especially if you can go in the summer. We spent a winter there. I mean, Owen spent most of his winters there, but it was my first winter seeing frozen rain that wraps around the plants so that you just have like this encased tree with ice. Like,
Yeah.
This is a bit too winter for me, man.
I've seen that. It is kind of scary.
Yeah, it's gnarly. It's just like, what kind of post-apocalyptic thing is this?
Right. It's like something out of one of those doomsday movies.
Yeah, it happens overnight. It's just like, what? Looks
We
really
used to
cool.
get ice like that down here just once in a blue moon.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I mean, on the one hand, it's horrible because our power grid would get crushed.
Oh,
But
geez.
on the other hand, if you could get out there at sunset, you are surrounded by rainbows, and
Oh wow.
it's pretty amazing. Like a gigantic chandelier.
Wow. That sounds gorgeous.
But, winters are gradually disappearing off the face of the earth. We don't really get much of that anymore.
True.
Sadly true.
Well, I'm definitely enjoying the freedom to be pretty just the whole abstract situation with the oils is really fun to play with.
Yeah, you definitely can get more interpretive with bio because you don't have to worry about if you're nailing the facial features or whatever.
Yeah.
And at the same time, you still want to make a nice composition and a good flow and all that.
Yeah.
She just showed it to us earlier. It's not finished yet, but it's coming along really nicely for being a first oil painting.
Thanks.
Yeah, my first oil painting as an adult was a face, and
Did I know you?
it was of an ex of mine, and I painted over it promptly.
Oh, that's funny.
But it was good practice.
Nice.
My apartment's covered in oil paintings of my exes.
Oh, poor you.
I'm like, oh, new model. Yeah, totally. Yeah, together.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, it's sort of like that Norman Rockwell painting of the guy with all of his X's tattooed on his arm.
Totally.
But way better, actually.
Man, I used to be obsessed with Norman Rockwell when I was 7.
Yeah, some people might think they're too cool for Norman Rockwell, but I mean, if you look at his technique, it is just, hard to beat.
Right? It's amazing. And I loved his the facial features. He was always really good at getting that kind of goofy but very realistic at the same time. And
yeah, he captured emotion really well.
Yes, action, and he used reference photos, and with some of those paintings, you can find some of them in magazine articles and that sort of thing. The reference photos that he used, and he definitely changed them up quite a bit. But man, just his lighting and shadow is so spot on that you don't even question it. You just fall right into the thing that he's trying to say with the painting, rather than getting hung up on the brushwork.
Exactly. Yeah, I just remember like getting the book, one of his books from like the library. And I often we would rent it because I just really liked it. Back when that was like your only way to see reference photos.
You are familiar with Maxfield Parrish?
Maxfield Parrish. I don't know if I am. Doesn't sound
Okay.
familiar.
Well, he was sort of the same era, and this is another really fine artist who sort of got lumped into illustrator as their definition, and as a result, just never, I think, got the fine art recognition that is deserved.
Dang.
But yeah, Maxfield Parrish is or was rather. He often would paint like a woman standing on rocks with her gown flowing in the wind, and the landscape all around her is just spectacular lighting and really tricked out textures. Like he really did a lot of great textures, which like you'd find in natural stone. Parrish. And yeah, I think Gabe's looking him up right now. But so this is a guy that actually built models, for some of his landscapes. And he would have his whole garage filled with a landscape with a little house in it and that sort of thing. And
what? That's insane.
Right. And who does that, right? So even though my subject matter is extremely different from his, you could see why I appreciate his work so much. But any of these, go ahead and pull him up. His lighting is just so nice, the skies and atmosphere. That's the guy.
Wow.
But yeah, let's pull up one of those just for fun. Try to find one. Yeah, there's a good one just for. Well, no, that's not a gallery. I'm always interested to hear people's favorite artists who aren't necessarily the same genre that they work in, because in some ways you almost get more out of work like that.
Yeah.
So who's Ty's? He never told us.
Yeah, Ty, let's hear about some favorite artists that are not bio artists.
Like painters?
Yeah.
Any artist.
Yeah, or any medium, really.
On painters, like my favorite is Caravaggio for sure. I just honestly, it's the palette more than anything, in the dramatic lighting.
Okay, so yeah, I can see that when you do still lifes, it definitely has a Caravaggio vibe to it, with the kind of the mood of it.
Yeah.
And I actually think it's awesome that you're a bio artist, but you do still lifes.
Really nice ones, like nice, really nice ones.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know
I think it's fun.
A lot
I
of
think it's
bio
fun to break away from that every once in a while, and try to make something look, the way it looks while it's sitting there.
That tree that you just had up was really cool.
Okay, Kai, why don't you just go to the sink and work them?
If you go back to grab
oh yeah, the easel, right? Yep.
You can always grab a pizza and then if Ty's hungry.
All right. Yeah. Pizza therapy. Okay, I'll do that. Yeah. I think that's probably sound advice, really, because Kai is being so cooperative that we should give her a pizza before the stomach starts running dry. So okay, I'm gonna run and grab stuff. Michelle needs an easel, and our daughter needs a pizza. So I'm just gonna leave my camera on here for now, and so Michelle can stay in the conversation.
Are you charged? Is your battery charged?
I've got it plugged in.
Man, getting paint on parts of my hands. I'm like, how did that even happen?
So I always paint
That's
in
the
gloves.
beautiful thing with oils.
I get funny looks for it, but I don't care.
Yeah, I can understand that, because it's definitely like just having to keep rubbing it off.
How long will you have, Ty? How long will you have lighting for in the state park?
I don't know. It looks like I probably got another 40 minutes ish, I'd
Aw.
say.
And then
Yeah.
what will you do?
I will go back to my tent and go to sleep probably.
I think it's so cool that you're camping right now.
Yeah, I just needed to get out of the heat and get away. We got a lot of stuff going on personally lately, so it's just needed to break out.
Yeah, I hear you. So, are you thinking about moving to Colorado, or are you just kind of just exploring the terrain?
I love Colorado. It definitely has a place in my heart, but I don't think I could afford to live here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe Oregon or something.
Yeah. For some reason, I
family.
always thought you were from Oregon. When I first met you, I always thought that's where you're from, but you're not from Oregon, right? Where are you from?
No, I am from Oregon. Yeah.
Oh, you are. I told a guy you were from
Yeah.
Oregon. He told me you were from California. I was right. But he's not here to hear that.
It's just you guys met me when I lived in California, but
Right,
yeah. My whole family is still in Oregon. I go up there usually, a couple times a year and go visit everybody. But
is it Southern Oregon? Southern or what part?
Southern, or no, actually more Central and Eastern. So it's actually really close to the Idaho border.
Oh, I heard that's beautiful.
It is. I mean, it's definitely it's beautiful, but the people sometimes are kind of tough.
Yeah. A friend of mine, she told me the name of that. She lives in Idaho, and she said it's like a hidden. She lives in Coeur d'Alene.
Coeur d'Alene, yeah.
Yeah, and she says that little area is like a hidden treasure.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful and hidden. Yeah.
My girlfriend's brother, he lives up there.
Oh wow.
And he loves it. We've been up there a couple times to visit him. It's I totally get why people live there. It's awesome.
Yeah, it looks really ideal.
I think the winters though, winters would be rough.
I got you. Well, I would say because of COVID, I mean, if you can work no matter where you are, I think people's needs are changing. And I don't think that cities are as exciting as people thought they were, because there's too many people.
Yep.
Yeah.
Too many germs.
100%.
Yeah. I've heard about like a lot of people moving out of big cities to the rural. The rural people could benefit from having more urban people because we would, would have more balance.
Yeah, for sure.
It wouldn't be a bad thing.
Over here for sure. Apparently this year is like the biggest year for people moving from the city to here.
Wow. I'm shocked.
Where are you at?
I'm just still shocked. I'm shocked by it.
Yeah. I'm in Grand Forks in BC. It's got 4,000 people.
Wow.
I've never been to BC.
When you appreciate what your landscape has to offer you, and you're a creative person, if you can work, I'm not saying if you can't work, that's another story, but if people will come to you to get work, then you start to really appreciate what that has to offer,
Totally.
A little differently than you might if you weren't, if you were born there.
Totally.
Yeah, for sure.
It can be a creative experience because you have all the space and it's beautiful and you're not right up against your neighbor, so.
I love it.
That's appealing.
Yeah, where I grew up, it's tiny. I mean, I think there's only maybe 10,000 people that live in the whole area right there. But yeah,
that's small.
My sister, my dad, they both still live there.
They still live there?
Yeah.
Wow. How hot is it in Arizona right now, Ty?
When I left, it was like 118 or something.
That's insane. That's insane.
We finally got monsoons yesterday or the other day, and it dropped down to 80 degrees, and my girlfriend was so excited.
Oh, wow.
It's sad when 80 degrees is like, a victory.
Oh man. Is it at least dry over there?
What's that?
Is it at least dry so you can go in the shade and it's okay?
Yeah, it's dry, but I mean, like, for example, it's so hot you can't even walk your dog because the concrete is so hot. Like, it'll burn his feet and stuff like that. And it's
Thank you guys very much.
it's kind of like everybody else's winter. Like, we just kind of hunker down and don't really do much, you know?
That's
Yeah.
Gain 10 pounds. Like, I mean, that's all you're going to do.
You know, when we did Hell City a while back, it was like we called it the black sun at night in Arizona because it was like 9 o'clock at night and it felt like, I mean, hotter than we usually ever have experienced in our lives.
Like 110, 120 degrees.
High heat, like in the middle.
Yeah.
It was so crazy. It was
it's brutal, especially if you're not used to it. It's miserable.
We went to Arizona. There were people that were taking breaks from how hot it was in Phoenix, and they were going to Flagstaff. I remember because the altitude was high. That was really nice. I really liked Flagstaff.
Yeah, Flagstaff is like a slice of Colorado. It's like 8,000 feet, and it's you know, a solid 25, 30 degrees cooler than Phoenix on average. It gets snow.
Yeah.
You know.
You and your girlfriend visit Flagstaff then, just to have that kind of vibe?
Yeah, we actually go. There's a smaller town kind of near there called Prescott, and her grandma lives there, so we go up there all the time.
Cool. Yeah. We thought about moving there, you know, before we moved here. We actually went to Arizona and looked at land, and we were drawn to the Jerome area at the time. You know, it was a while ago. But we really liked Flagstaff because it was like hippie-ish and artsy, and there was a lot of cool cafes and businesses. It just was a little kind of too cold for us, you know, Flagstaff. We went there in the spring and it was snowing.
Yeah. I mean, global warming has changed it. It's definitely a bit warmer than it used to be. Yeah.
That's so crazy. Isn't that crazy?
It is crazy.
Yeah.
I agree.
I think the only project that we haven't actually seen yet is Haley's. Haley, what are you working on?
Let's see. Well, I'm starting something, and I'll do it in marker. And I brought something for inspiration, but I'm really leaning towards like a cave fantasy art type bio. Yeah.
All right.
You probably can't see it. But I love can you see any of that? No, it's just all yellow.
Yeah, at this point, I can just barely make out the flow.
Yeah. But I liked the way my last one turned out, so I was like, oh, I'll do something like that. But then, I don't know. I'm just really attracted to fantasy art. I was like, will you do a cave in it, though? So we'll see how it goes.
Who are Haley's favorite artists?
Let's hear some of your favorite artists. Since you like fantasy art, I would love to hear, some of that.
Lately, I've been, Ken Kelly has some really weird stuff going on, but he's apprentice under Frazetta, so it's like pretty similar, but I just like the way his like waves and his backgrounds and stuff are going. He like makes it a little bit simpler. Let's see. I get really into outer space stuff, but I don't actually know like a fantasy artist that I'm really stoked on with that right now. I have basically I have like all these collection of really old comic books, and I like love them for the art and the old heavy metal magazines, like with their comics in them. Mm-hmm. Like that style is just gets really excited. So I guess it's like Frazetta and Ken Kelly on that level of the fantasy artists.
Do you like Mobius at all? Are you familiar with him?
No, let me pull him up. How do you spell that?
Let's see if I can get it right. Well, it's like Mobius strip, but he was, I think it's Moebius. But he was one of the really active heavy metal illustrators for a while there. He's just got such a unique, it's sort of trippy, very, very surreal and psychedelic, but I always loved just the flow of his shapes.
Yeah, that is really beautiful. And looks like has like the little bit of aspect from like the heavy metal cartoon, you know?
Yeah, in fact, I believe that one of the original heavy metal cartoon segments was inspired by him.
Yeah, because he's got the guy riding the rocket ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff's really awesome. I like it to be like fucked up detailed in a way too. But I do love the way this looks.
Yeah, there's an illustrator I've been following named Killian Eng. I think he's Swedish, who I think is very deeply inspired by Mobius, and his stuff is kind of sci-fi fantasy, but it's so just full-on stylized that it's pretty much just abstract art.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, it does.
What's his name, guy?
Killian Eng, E-N-G. Yeah, I follow a lot of different kinds of artists. Really, I'm impressed by all of it.
For real.
And none of it necessarily changes what I want to do as an artist. You know, looking at it, as impressed as I am by it and as inspired as I am by it, you know, I take that inspiration back to my familiar places and try to apply it there.
I've seen that some of the painters, and I don't know their names because it's just so many, but some of the painters I follow on Instagram, I always notice Ty's name too. And
in the likes.
Yeah, and I really like how the people that what was that guy from Utah, that guy first introduced me to, like that genre of style. What is that?
Oh, Brian Mark Taylor, yeah.
I really love how he breaks his edges. And last night, if I had painted more figures and it was maybe easier to see the form, I would have loved to have done that, but I was afraid I was going to ruin the painting.
Yeah, Brian Mark Taylor, he does everything from really nice fruit to really trippy sci-fi landscapes. He's very full gamut.
But there's a whole genre. It's not his style specifically. There's a whole genre.
Right. It's like this kind of chunky square brush kind of brushwork. But the use of color and lighting is very realistic, but the edges are intentionally smeared and smudged a little bit.
I want to do that, but I haven't done that yet ever in my entire life. So
there's this landscape painter I follow called I think his name's like Lane Johnson or something out of Texas. I want to say. He's incredible. His landscapes are breathtaking.
Wow.
Lane Johnson.
Yeah, I can't even remember how you spell his name. And then there's another lady out of, I think she's also out of Texas. Her name's Teresa Elliott. Man, she crushes it. She does a lot of cattle, like she just paints cows.
I've seen her stuff. Yeah, like often they're close up, like the shoulder and head. So like,
dude, she's incredible.
Yeah, amazing.
And I was lucky enough, there was a small amount of her paintings were on loan in Phoenix at the museum a couple years ago. And so I got to see them in person, and they are everything you would want them to be. They're just like super loose and chunky and just,
I like that.
It's crazy how good they are, at a distance or whatever,
Yeah, right.
I just love when someone can make something look realistic. Well, at the same time, when you get up close to it, the brushwork is thick and rich and not at all realistic.
I love that.
Like Jeremy Mann stuff. That stuff fucks me up. Like it's all big and chunky and like can even look like everything's wet, but it's like beautiful realism.
Yeah.
That one's with a lot of big strokes and stuff.
There was some painter, I can't remember his name. He was out of Los Angeles. He was a friend of Nico and Matt's.
David Kaskin?
David Kassan, maybe?
No, I don't think maybe it's him.
Okay, what's the style?
I don't know. It's like Hussar. Michael
Oh,
Husser.
Michael Hussar. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
His stuff is like that. It's just super gnarly, you know, but like at a distance it looks like airbrushed almost, you know, like just super soft, kind of like your paintings, Michelle, where they're like real creamy and soft, but in the right places they're, you know, really sharp focus, you know.
They often have that kind of wet look. So this one here, are we looking at? Oh, who's the painter we're looking at right now?
That one's Jeremy Stan.
Wow, I like that. That's neat.
You should see his portraits because that shit is fucking crazy too.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the out of focus, like on the street. Like he'll do a portrait of a woman, and then the background is like on the street or something in Los Angeles, and it's like crazy.
Yeah, so he does like the street portraits, and then he does the ladies. But yeah, the street portraits they just pulled up. They look like wet, but then you like just look at them up close, and you're like, "This is just shapes. How'd you do that? What the fuck?"
Yeah. I really like his paintings too.
It's interesting how you can like someone's painting and then not even paint remotely like them, but still take inspiration.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is when I look at somebody whose work I'm really inspired by, part of me wishes that I could do the same thing, that I had the same skills, right? But that's the thing, is each of us develops such a particular skill set to just do our particular thing. And that's what makes it great. You can't have everybody's skill set, you know, and so the best you can hope to do is maybe be able to learn some tricks here and there.
Also, one thing about a lot of that style is it's a classically trained school of style, and there's a method.
Right, this is true.
We don't know the method, so it seems so like alien and amazing, but in the method, it might just be matter of fact.
Yeah, following stuff.
Something I always pull away from it is like when I see somebody's painting like that I may not do their style or whatever, is the way it inspired me and the way it made me just so deeply interested in their painting and their work and everything. It makes me want to create something that has that same effect.
Yeah, I could
elsewhere. You know what I mean?
But your style, yeah.
Right, that makes sense.
Yeah. That got me. That's cool.
Yeah, one thing that I don't think I could ever do, and be even half decent at it, is palette knife painting. But you know, when you see somebody who can really do that right, there's this guy Lynn Bodges that I follow. That it's just incredible how much realism like this you really can imagine. He sits in creek beds and paints the surroundings, and you could see, okay, the water here, it was done by loading up the palette with a few colors and going wobble, wobble, wobble across the canvas. You can actually see the movement of the hands, but it looks like water, you know, and you know, it feels fluid and reflective, even though it's just paint.
That would be like because I was talking to that lady Rain last night, and we were talking about palette knife painting, which I've never done either. And she said she would be interested, even though her work is so smooth. And maybe we could have a night where it's just a jam, but everyone has to use a palette knife.
Palette knife jam?
That'd be cool. That'd be super cool.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you like it or not, just to do it.
I'll use a stick. I'll use a stick or something. That'd be cool. Yeah.
I mean, because it might force you to think differently. You know, it might be a freeing thing. Maybe.
We don't often force ourselves to think differently, you know.
I've never done it.
Yeah.
I mean, our clients force us to, but you know, then when we sit down to paint, unless we're painting commissions, which I don't like doing at all, if I can help it, it's very easy to just do what's comfortable.
Well,
you know that it'll work, or you're at least confident that it'll work.
I think we should do it as a creative challenge.
Okay. Well, Michelle is proposing that we
break free,
brave it, and try it some night. Okay. Well, we'll definitely have to do that.
And you can paint anything you want, but the only stipulation is you have to use a palette knife. You can use many palette knives. They make them in all different shapes and sizes. They even some at the hardware store.
Is that one of these things, right?
Spackle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I have them. So that works.
That's the first step.
Yes. Almost there.
No, she just builds it up.
Oh, it looks like palette knife. That would be a creative challenge, though. I mean, it would be.
Oh yeah, for
That
sure.
would be cool.
Yeah, the people that do it really well, they know how to load up the palette knife. So they're not just filling it with paint and then painting with it, but across the length of the palette knife, you'll have a few different colors that are kind of loaded up with the intention of, okay, I'm going to use this slate gray. I'll be the base watercolor, and then this reflection of the cliff that's hanging over it. I'm going to put a blob of ochre and a blob of gray here, and then I'm going to go wobble, wobble, wobble across the canvas.
Well,
I
basically,
love the sound effect.
We're all going to be going wobble, wobble, wobble.
Jam would be like saying go to art school, because you have to take classes and do things you might not normally do, but it makes your knowledge more well-rounded.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's one thing about having art groups like this is you're not just going to go straight to your default. We're encouraging each other to reach out of there just a little bit. I love collaborating for that reason, but of course I usually collaborate with people who I'm already really stylistically compatible with.
Who did you collaborate with that was the most stylistically different from you? Phil Garcia?
Yeah, working with Phil Garcia, but stylistically, I mean, we built a model together, and then
hyper detail oriented people.
Right. So I mean, that definitely, like, our layering of brushwork on top of each other didn't feel at all strange, where when we tattooed together, it was more a matter of him doing a part and me doing a part, which is kind of how Mike Cole and I paint and tattoo. So the painting that Mike and I have that is about ready to go to canvas is it's got a section I'm going to paint and a section he's going to paint, because it just makes the most sense. He doesn't really do much of the organic stuff, and
right.
When he's done with the Cubist stuff and it comes back to me, I'm going to do some final washes and glare and lighting effects on it because I really want to. But yeah, in some cases that just makes sense. But most collaborations I get involved in, I really like when both artists, or all artists, if it's a multi kind of group, are have at least some say in every part of the composition and every stage of it too. The design goes through everyone, and then the execution of it all goes through everyone.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes for more processes. So this one, so a lot of these collaborations I've been doing since the first COVID shutdown. These were started digitally, and then taken pretty far digitally, and then printed on canvas as full color digital files, and then painted on top of. Where this one, we were pretty loose with it up to the point it was printed. And really all the refinement has been, we've mailed this one back and forth a lot more than a lot of those others. When Chris and I did the Mossy thing, that one went back and forth a few times too.
Great, by the way. Hey, Chris, that turned out great.
Oh, thank you, Michelle.
Really, really good.
You get the package of prints yet to sign? Have those rolled in?
No, not yet.
No? Okay.
No.
Well, hopefully they'll get there tomorrow. I know people are waiting for their prints.
I think the post office is just slow these days. I don't think.
Yeah.
It's because they're trying to shut it down.
Yeah, they're under attack.
Yeah.
Post office is like Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. It's wholesome.
Yeah.
You should leave the post office alone.
Right.
Someone else.
We really like our local carriers and the people that work there. It's such an important.
I do too, man. I freaking
service.
love my place, man. Yeah.
The post office is just, it's always been, it's just part of our Americana culture. We need the post office. I don't like what's doing with the post office.
And for us, it's so small town that I can just call them up and tell them my first name and ask if they can do a pickup. That's great.
That's awesome.
Can't do that.
Yeah,
with
Chris,
FedEx.
how's your painting coming?
Yeah, you putting paint on the board yet? Oh yeah.
It's
nice.
getting there.
Cool.
Let's see close up.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, nice. I like the sort of fin shapes that you brought out in that.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I didn't really have a plan for tonight, so. We're gonna
Yeah,
see.
well, you don't always need one.
Sometimes not having a plan is a plan.
Yeah, right.
True.
The first mind tree painting I ever did was an experiment in not having a plan, and so I figured there's going to be a diagonal movement here and an arc here, and this was my palette, and I just blanked my mind and started painting, and you know, I can't make that happen very often. You know, when
it looks like Andrew's sleeve.
Yeah, that
Oh,
one,
I
right.
love that painting.
Yeah, I mean, it's
You guys would love it.
some of my best brush work ever. You know, it just
That's great.
there was a synthesis that happened there. Yeah. I ended up selling it sort of cheap because we were trying to come up with a down payment for our house, and it was sold through this business in town. They had like those sensory deprivation tanks, so I had it hanging up, and I used to love coming out of those tanks, and my paintings were hanging around. It's like, you know.
I wonder if it's still
That's
there.
cool.
And yeah, somebody bought it, and then years passed, and I ran into this person at like a paint jam thing that we were doing with Alex and Allison Gray.
No way, dude! How cool is that?
Yeah, it was pretty neat. But so I asked the guy, so is it like in storage, or is this still like something you enjoy having? He said, "Oh, dude, it's my favorite thing ever." I was like, cool. That's all I wanted to hear.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was, you know, he gave me his number, but yeah, I don't think I could find it.
What kind of person was he? What did he do for a living?
I didn't ask him. But you know, if he had it in storage, I would have asked him to buy it back from him. You know.
Yeah.
But,
Right.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that if somebody's still loving the painting.
It was a
You know.
really cool painting, I have to say.
For sure.
I went there a long time, and it was really exceptional.
So there's certain ones that now I just don't sell. You can tell, you know, like right off the bat, I should just keep this one.
My mom's got a few of those, and she either just keeps them or she just makes them way more expensive.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm like, nobody will buy this.
The not for sale price.
Yeah, exactly.
Until one day.
Yeah. That
What do you
comes
do?
along.
You know, like.
And that's not a bad thing either.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
Like,
good to let
oh,
go
okay,
of
cool.
for new stuff.
And also, you know, to realize that somebody values it that much,
Totally.
makes it easier to let it go.
Yeah.
So anybody who's joined us in the via either YouTube or at the virtual tattoo gathering, who's in the chat room, we'd love to hear from you. Anyone who has who is painting, go ahead and speak up. And we especially would like to hear from people who are involved in the BioMech Encyclopedia project. But I know there's also people here that have not tried painting bio before, and we're psyched to have you guys on board too.
Are you hungry? You are hungry?
Oh, that's right. I was preheating the oven.
Oh, you're preheating it.
That's right.
Oh no.
Yeah, I better go put the pizza in the oven, and
Dad, you're
I'm
going
gonna.
to run studio now.
No, Mom's gonna set the alarm.
For how many minutes? 20?
I'll tell you as soon as I read the book.
My dad just had a crazy forgetful moment. He had the oven on. The microwave. He had the oven on in the studio.
Pizza.
Luckily it's close. Imagine if you left it on up at the house. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
that would be awful.
Yeah, that'd be a sprint.
Yeah.
Right now we're outside. We're painting outside.
That's nice.
It's a really nice night.
That's awesome.
How's your painting coming along, Kaya?
Oh yeah, how's your painting, Kaya?
Yeah, it's not looking that much like a beardy anymore. It's starting to look kind of like a monitor almost. Like, I don't know what kind of lizard, an alligator lizard. It's not really looking like a beardy right now.
That's cool though. Those guys are cool too.
I think I looks like a beardy, Kaya.
My mom thinks it does. I don't know. Let's see if you agree.
All right. Here, have a kid when he comes back and you can put it.
Sean, could you set the alarm for 11 minutes?
Yeah, I got this one right here. Yep. Kai wants to show everybody how her painting's doing. So
okay, I'll hold it up in a second as soon as I get in there. Hey, Kai, just hang tight.
11 minutes, you said?
Yes, please. All right, let's check out Kaya's bearded dragon mech.
It's not really looking much like a beardy,
Oh, it's
except
really cool.
Yeah, there's definitely some cool stuff going on.
You can see that.
Wow.
Yeah.
It looks
Oh,
just
yeah.
That looks awesome.
Nice loose brushwork. I like the warm color around the eye. Super cool.
It's nice.
More layers and yeah.
very cool, Jeff.
is that kind of color?
Huh?
Very nice car.
We don't have any information here. Well, what's up?
Leave that here.
I think it's impressive for today. Okay.
Yeah, that's cool. Keep going with that.
It's just,
Don't slow down.
So yeah, I'm not making any significant changes to this one tonight. I'm just working with what's here.
Do you have a name for that painting?
A name for it? No, not yet.
Maybe we should talk about it. You guys have on the chat.
Well, okay, it's sometimes hard to name these abstract pieces, but sometimes something comes to us, you know, like when Chris and I finished the tree stump, you know, and I didn't want to just say stump, right?
Right.
But you know, the idea of it, you know, being a leftover something from, you know, kind of a life and death process, and then you've got, you know, moss taking it back over again. So there's this whole like cycle of life suggestion in there, and I wanted to kind of play off of that. So you know, the title vestige came up, like, you know, something left over, almost like a monument, and so that's how we came up with that title.
Do you have the title?
Yeah, for that one.
Oh,
This one does not have a title.
Oh, I see.
This one,
I have something to say about that.
yeah, I know. Any thoughts? I don't know if we something like that. The one that we sold like 50 prints of that one.
Awesome.
Dang. Good job.
No, you and I did. I was saying, the wood spike. You remember that one? No, it wasn't like a wood spike, but we kind of had wooden textures in there. A little 11 by 14 that we did the last collaboration. But I don't think we named that one, did we?
Okay, your brushes, when you're not using them, put in the water so they don't dry, because you only put your acrylic. There you go.
Sorry, I didn't hear anything. My service kind of cut out for a minute.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we were just talking about titles. I was wondering if we titled our last one that spike that we did, the little 11 by 14. Did we ever come up with a name for that one?
I don't believe so, but I could be wrong.
We don't have to name everything, but it's sometimes nice to have something. I mean, especially when you're.
Nice occasion, you guys are doing your biomech thing together, and you're working on the painting. You got your audience. You guys could, you know, I think this isn't a bad thing. I mean, it's going to be done after this pass, or is it going back?
No. I don't think it's going to be done after this pass. I think that I'll probably send it back to Ty one more time, and he'll send it back to me one more time, something like that. Just because what's the hurry?
All right.
But yeah, let's just see where it gets after this. Because one of the things is because we're, you know, we decided early on that we were going to send this one back and forth a lot, that, you know, we're not working as long or as thorough with each pass, right? So that there's a little bit more of a fusion of our styles going on. Where like with the piece that Kurt Windish and I did, the spiral,
I love the eye.
the goal was to, you know, get it to a point digitally where it was pretty close, and then I spent like, you know, a week on it and sent it to him, and he piled in a bunch of hours, and now it's done. So it sort of minimizes the shipping that way.
Wow. What did I do?
Yeah, I've probably done more collaborative paintings this year than any time in the past, or am doing rather.
Right.
Loving it. It's well, so much of the collaborative tattooing, which has become such a huge mainstay for me. That's like half my social life, and all of that,
Yeah.
not all of it, but almost all of it got canceled, and
Recently, 2020 was canceled.
yeah, 2020 was canceled, and so these paintings have been at least a partial recovery of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ty was supposed to make a visit. He would have come out here. We had some cool stuff planned, but yeah, mom's alarm will go off and we'll have a pizza. But so let me see if I can actually list all of them so far. There's I think one of the first ones that I got involved in was with John Clue, and he's got that one right now, and it's a cool outer space alien landscape kind of thing, which he and I have done a few of those, and they're always fun and people always like them. And,
that stuff's really cool.
And then Spencer Caligari, who I've never met in person, but I've always loved his work, so much so that the BioMech Encyclopedia has kind of opened with one of his pieces. And so we did that sort of, that Oasis was that one, and it's kind of a BioMech meets landscape painting. A lot of fun with that one. And Chris and I did Vestige. Let's see, Phil Garcia and I have had a thing going on for over a year that he's got right now that's almost done. That's just sort of a gnarly mech skull thing. Let's see, there's a couple things that are still in early stages with a few artists. Casey Ball, that one's turns out from being ready for canvas. Gold might still be up. Then Mike Cole and I have one that's just about ready to go to canvas, which is very complex and crazy, and that'll be a lot of fun.
That's so cool.
I feel like I'm forgetting a couple. Oh yeah, there's one that I sent off to Kaya Heitland recently that she and Marcus Lenhard and I started when they were out here.
Cool.
On their last visit. I don't think so. Marcus might join us when he's done tattooing, or no, maybe I've got the timing wrong on that one. I think that it's actually really late out there.
Yeah, he was on the drunk critique.
Okay, that's
Was he drunk?
Looked pretty tuckered out.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was going to be awake.
So people have fun on that. Was it a good rowdy session? You tuned in for part of it?
It looked pretty rowdy. It looked like I kept checking in on it every once in a while, and there was at some point some tattoo critiquing, but there was a lot more just like hanging out.
Yeah, that's the part that we miss the most. The critique is just a pretense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, you losing your daylight yet?
Yeah, I'm about there.
Yeah, it looks like it's getting dark.
Yeah.
Still looking really cool though.
Thanks, man.
She finished it. She signed it.
Nice. Let's see Kaya's. Oh, she added some extra contrast to it and really wake it up. Here. Let's check this out. Kaya's bearded dragon mech.
Nice.
Oh, cool. Dang.
Oh,
Yeah,
so great, Kaya.
That looks good, Kaya.
Love the eye area.
Thanks.
It's funny because I've definitely done mech before that was sort of dragony, right?
Oh, wow.
And I've even in the past, thank you, Kaya, told a couple of people who've said, "What is it?" And we're looking at BioMech. Said it's like a dragon, but without the dragon.
I've had people ask what my arm is, and then I say like, "Well, what do you think it is?" And then they'll be like, "Is it a dragon? Is it an octopus?" Yeah, sure. All
I
those
got
things.
Kraken one time.
Yep.
Yep.
Kraken.
The dragon without a dragon is kind of like my lizard because he's just like, he looks so much like a dragon, except he's a lizard.
He does.
Right.
Aren't they all though? Dragons are just big lizards.
I mean, you seen those Komodo dragons, man? Those things are
Or-
huge and scary.
Definitely.
1 minute, 33 seconds.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm right back when you come back.
yeah. I think we're going to take a pizza break in a minute here, and I'll be rejoining you all in a few minutes. I think I'm probably just going to leave my phone here so I can easily reconnect. But if I'm quiet for a minute, it's because of pizza.
It's a good reason.
It's a pretty good reason.
All right, I'm on my way.
Dang, I really want pizza now.
I know, right?
Like,
Thanks a
can you-
lot, Dad.
Ty, you can't skate this summer, huh? It's too hot.
Dude, no. It's not even happening. It's not even happening, dude. Like, we don't skate until, at least Thanksgiving.
It could be like 12 o'clock at night, though.
Dude, it's still, if you slam, it's like a third
Yep.
degree burn on top of a slam. It's not worth it. Trust
That
me.
sucks.
Yeah, dude.
Are
It
you
sounds good in
serious?
theory, but it's not worth it.
I've been trying those 360 flips still.
Yeah. How they
And
coming?
It's fucking bullshit. But I can get them on the carpet. But I learned nollie big spins, and then I'm like, yeah, well, that's good enough. That's kind of like as cool as a 360 flip, whatever. Yeah. But
Just like, dude, when you do those, just like scoop your back foot a little bit more, and it'll be a big spin flip. Like, they're
I can
easy.
do those. I can do
Yeah.
big flips, but not 360 flips. It's bullshit.
Isn't it? It's not fair.
But one day, whenever we both land them, we'll just cry. Like I feel like if I land a 360 flip, I'm gonna cry like a little bit.
I think you deserve it. You know, you deserve a good cry after that.
Yeah. My love is complete.
Sorry, the rest of these, everybody else has no idea what we're talking about. So.
I
I had to ask.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Oh yeah, I used to skate.
Oh, okay. Could you do 360 flips?
Yeah.
See what? Hey, what the hell, Haley? What
I
are we
don't
doing
know.
wrong?
You're duds.
I know, man.
Yeah, that was 20 years ago. Wow. Maybe even longer.
Still better than me, man.
It's all on where you put your feet and just kind of twist that front foot to throw it around.
Yeah, people are all about some scoop. I can get it to flip and spin now, and I can eat shit when I land. But yeah, that scoop thing that everybody keeps talking about, they're like, hang your toes over and just scoop that baby back. I think that's so wild, but I'm used to it. I'm gonna land them before Ty.
That's for sure. I mean, I used to have them switch every once in a while, but I could never do them regular to this day. I don't know why I could do them switch.
I could never do anything switch.
My favorite was like just a nice switch kickflip, you know? Those are money.
Dang, Switch is awesome. I'm jealous. Now you've already beat 360 flip goal. So.
What's your favorite trick?
Mine is a bubble flip.
Teeny tiny little pizza.
Okay.
I'd be okay with this one slice if Tiny needs the 3.
Okay. I'm not hungry. You guys can.
Oh, you're not gonna have any?
No, you guys have it.
No pizza for Michelle?
Well, I'll make it bigger for them that way.
Is that a guy pizza or?
It's a tiny little store-bought pizza, like a personal
Okay.
pizza.
That's taking one for the team.
Taking one for the team.
Yeah, tonight just wasn't one of those nights for me to make one of our massive homemade pizzas. But that's how big all store-bought pizzas should be. It should fill a whole cookie sheet, in my humble opinion.
Totally.
That Kroger pizza was pretty good.
Kroger pizza.
From the grocery store out there. Remember that? That was pretty big too.
Yeah, I don't know which one that was, but yeah, they make a good one.
Yeah.
One thing about doing a glaze, you got this big sticky surface, and the bugs are coming out. But I'm not gonna let it stop me.
Dude, I had bugs crawling all over this thing earlier.
Oh, it looks like Rod Graybill has arrived since I was out doing pizza stuff. Cool.
Hey, guy.
How you doing?
What's up, Brian?
Oh, I'm doing good. Hey, Chris. How are you doing?
Good. Are
What's
you?
up, Rob?
Awesome. Hey, what's up?
Looks like you've got a more or less finished shaded reference there to work from.
Yeah, I did a little Procreate reference and printed that out.
Oh, cool. Hey, Chris, do you still have our collab?
Yeah, man. Here it is. Look, it's right here.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Wow. Beautiful.
Ooh,
Yeah, I should
that's nice.
probably just send it to you and let you
You're-
start working some color in there.
You're supposed to work on it.
I did, but probably not long enough yet.
Yeah, when you're shipping them back and forth, you got to make each mail trip worth it. Get a few hours in there.
Yeah.
Well, I've had it for probably 2 years.
Oh.
That's the one that got away, you know?
It scares me for some reason. I don't know.
You know, I got that way about the Phil Garcia painting. You know, I had it just sitting there staring at me, and it just intimidated me. And then I started painting on it, and it was just extra fun, right?
Oh,
So I don't know why it had that effect on me, but it was completely irrational.
Yeah, I'll get to it. I think of a color scheme.
That's the fun part, not the scary part.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Killian Moon. I've got a piece going on with him.
Oh, nice.
Oh, cool.
And we've been doing almost like fantasy landscape kind of stuff too, which has been fun. The first one we did was a kind of a lava scape, and that one turned out super cool. We ended up tattooing it on somebody.
Are you in
You're
here?
gonna get covered with bugs down there.
You have to come up here now.
Yeah, that could be a fun paint night too, to do some landscape paintings.
Yeah. In fact, there's a few among us that do landscapes that could actually have something to offer in terms of getting the rest of us confident with the idea.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
That would be cool. I'd like that.
Yeah, but it's cool.
Okay, I'm going to go back to my pizza break. I had to let it cool. I think it's probably at that sweet spot right now.
Well, I think I'm about officially out of light, so.
I'm signing off, guys.
Okay. Well, I
Yeah,
guess that I just want to thank you for joining us tonight, and it was super awesome to have you in the group.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to know you're out there camping and having a great time, and we'll be with you in spirit for the rest of your camping trip. And yeah, I'll let you know when this thing's ready to ship, which will probably be one more session after tonight.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks everybody for having me, and yeah, it was super fun. Hopefully get back home soon and we can do more of these.
Outstanding.
Thank you, Ty.
Have a good night.
Enjoy your camping.
Good talking to you again, man.
Yeah, good talking to everybody. See ya.
Later, man.
Bye.
See you, Ty.
See ya.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a dinner break, not pizza, but a dinner break, and I will be back as well.
Did you do anything new with the studio, Michelle?
No, we haven't done anything new in a while because of the COVID slowdown.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we had some plans to do some cool stuff, but you know, just financially, we kind of put the brakes kind of just because of how things are.
Right.
Not working as much.
Yeah.
But we have plans, and we're excited about our plans for the future. Hopefully, Guy wants to get one of those really cool ink racks that Jesse Smith makes. You know those ones I'm talking about? They're black, and then your ink bottles float.
Oh no.
Have you seen those? They're real cool.
Is it the ones where you see the bottoms of the inks?
I think so. Yeah.
Those are.
Yeah. That sounds cool.
Yeah, I mean that's not expensive, but you know we want to get a countertop and put we have really cool Michael light etched I don't know if Guy ever showed it to you. It's like this glass geometric cyber futuristic mandala, and we want to put a light behind it, and then we want to have a mirror that has a light in it over a sink that has a motion sensor so that people don't touch the handles, you know, when they're washing their hands.
Yeah.
So we have this all elaborate. It's not over the top elaborate, but it would be a chunk of change. And when that happens, we'll do the Jesse Smith ink rack.
Yeah, have you seen the ink rack system that Jesse Smith sells?
No,
I'm trying to remember.
It's really cool and it's practical. Megan Morris,
Yeah.
is that her name?
Megan Zoom Morris, yeah.
If you follow her on Instagram, she had a picture of herself with it, and you can really see how it looks.
Oh yeah.
It's it just shows the bottoms of the bottles.
Yeah.
So it's just a circle of color, and you just kind of line them up in spectrum, and it's just a very linear way of storing your.
We love our honeycomb ink rack tray, our thing that Guy's client made us, but it just takes up so much room, you know.
Well, it's not just about the space.
Yeah.
I feel like I lose time setting up my palette. Yeah, because even if we are good about always putting them back in the right cubby hole, they're still going to end up with other bottles in front of them, and you know, before you know it, you've lost 10 or 15 minutes that you know you could have been done with your palette already.
Yeah, it's a cool rack you have now. Yeah, you have to. What are you gonna do with that? Repurpose it? Use it for something else?
I will have to repurpose it for something cool.
Yeah, it'll end up being some kind of art supply storage, I'm sure, or you know, it'll end up in one of our painting areas or something like that.
Yeah.
It's definitely a useful thing, but you know, when it comes to tattooing, you're always looking for ways to
minimize,
just smooth out your workflow, you know. And I mean, for instance, I started using quick caps a few years ago after working with Andres Acosta, because he was, he brought them with it, and I'd never seen these before. It's like, wow, all of your ink caps together in one sheet, but they're not like one of those obnoxious bubble things that, you hit it once with a needle and ink goes everywhere. It was a thing that from that point on, that's an additional 3 to 5 minutes saved. I'm not laying out ink caps, right? And this adds up. When you have enough of those little tweaks that you make to your setup, then instead of spending 45 minutes before a tattoo, it's 32 minutes. And across the years, that adds up. And, I don't know, it's time you can spend with your family, or time that you can spend with your drawing, or time that you can spend just getting caught up on client messages or whatever as you're getting the shop open. Those minutes add up. So I'm all about stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
Efficiency.
Kind of like when you didn't have to make needles anymore.
Right. Yeah. And real early on, I found other tattooers that were willing to make needles for tattoo credit. So I haven't done it myself in a long, long time, because, it takes time. And if you've got people ready to get tattooed, it's kind of like, I'm not going to mow my own lawn either.
Right.
Oh, I'm sure there are. There's going to be people that still make their own needles, grind their own pigments, do every aspect of it themselves, because they feel they need to. Right. Yeah. You can't be critical of it if that's what motivates them. And
I see people loving it because it's like traditional.
Oh, yeah.
It's the tradition.
Well, like I remember tattooing when it was a lot harder. It's kind of funny because, really all these innovations have just made it easier to tattoo and easier to learn to tattoo. And as a result, there's so many great tattooers out there that some of them have only been at it for a couple, 3 years. And
I'm just hanging out in the garden.
It's remarkable to watch. And, I don't want to be one of the bitter ones. So it's like, well, it was hard for me, so it should be hard for everybody.
No.
Mm-hmm.
She's definitely going to need to get cleaned up.
No, I'm not.
You can't hang out in the garden and think you're not going to get cleaned up. It's fine, I'll get cleaned up.
Yeah. And, personally, I've welcomed tattooing being easier, even though I already knew how to do it the hard way. I like the fact that every time I fire up my machine, it works exactly the same way. I don't come to the studio wondering what kind of a day my machine's going to have.
Did you try the Numa yet, guy?
Carson is supposedly sending me one.
I really want to try that. Looks like a beautiful machine.
Yeah, we're pretty geeked on trying
Have
it.
you tried it, Chris?
I have 2. Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they're nice.
I take it you love it if you have 2.
Yeah. Well, see, I bought one of the first ones, and then he made a couple changes to it. Just changed like the threads and stuff on the grip on the machine body. But so I ended up snagging a second one too, and got the stainless steel grip, which is really nice. The weight of that is perfect. Yeah.
John Clue said really nice things about it.
Yeah.
I'm glad that Carson's back in the machine game, because for a while there, I think he just felt a kind of frustration because, so nobody's using rotary machines at one point, right? And for good reason. They just weren't powerful enough. Like the Spalding rotary that they put out, the Revolution, it was garbage. It was like using a cassette motor, right? And we just didn't have motors of that size and power available to us. The drone industry is why we have those now. But yeah, we didn't have a drone industry back then. We didn't have an arms race to see who could create the longest running, most consistent, lightest weight, least energy hungry motor, right? Now we've got militaries all over the world, you know, competing to make that, and we're benefiting from that. And so yeah, so Carson comes along with the air powered Numas, right? And I tried those, and they were actually too powerful, right? You had to really learn to work with that much power. I mean, you could tattoo the side of a battleship with one of those. But he got a lot of people on board, like an incredible number of people were on board. And of course, part of this was because he befriended people, and I'm pretty sure Ty was using one for a while there. Yeah, you know, he sponsored a lot of people, and I mean, he really went out of his way to get him out there. But then, as soon as he came up with that electric motor clip-on thing, people are like, "All right, I'm done with my compressor. To hell with compressors. I never want to see a compressor again."
They're noisy and they leak.
Yeah, and you know, it's just a pain in the butt, right? You want to travel and you have this thing. Oh yeah, but then the pure electric version, I had the same issue with that I had with all rotary machines at the time, because Michelle and I were actively experimenting. More her than me. I would.
Back then, I wouldn't pick up a rotary machine.
Well, no, I would try them out, and I'd put them back down again, and then for a while I would just shade with them, you know, but I certainly wouldn't try to line with them because they just couldn't put in a good line. It was a very long process, but I found that mostly the work that I did with rotaries at the time, they would heal very sheer, you know, like the saturation just wasn't there because the power wasn't there. And the same was kind of true with Carson's electric motor clip-on, the Numa hybrid. And but people were still using it because they just, you know, they were on board with Carson and they wanted to use his machine. But you know, it was so expensive to work with those industrial designers, and he's doing this all without, you know, investors or outside money. And you know, I remember one year he spent like enough for a nice suburban home just on industrial design. And then, you know, quickly all these other rotary machines suddenly came out and just took over the market. And I think he just kind of got frustrated and decided to take a step back and just tattoo for a little bit. But you know, now that you can get these motors and he's got all this experience, it's great.
He pretty seems like he's really smart.
So okay, a long time ago, Michelle and I went out to Carson's place and we invited a bunch of local tattooers to bring their best machines. And you know, mostly they were coil machines at the time, right? And we wanted them to bring their very best machines with the intention of us analyzing, right? Getting all sciencey with them. And so what we did was we got a high-speed camera and a macro lens, and we took a needle group and painted a dot on the very end of the point, so you could clearly see where the end was. And we shot high-speed footage, and from that we were able to actually make a graph based on, you know, as time passes, where the bright point is on the end of the needle. And we had to manually graph. It was a very time-consuming process, but from that we were able to get a thing that we called a stroke profile. And we got the profiles for about 40 machines, really good performing machines. We also did other tests. Ty was there. We got to, yeah, that was actually one of the first times we ever hung out with Ty. And he's not here to experience this storytelling, but yeah, so we not only did the stroke profiles on all these machines, but then we did ink flow tests on each and every one of them. And we made another thing out of a very high precision scale to sort of do a force test on all of them. So we just had all this baseline info on all of these. But the idea was, and we never went all the way with this idea, that we were going to take the stroke profiles of the best performing machines in each class, liner, shader, and shading liner, and average them out and create an idealized stroke profile, which, of course, that was all just theory at the time, because then what do you do with such a thing, right? We didn't have a way of making a machine that could reproduce that stroke profile. And that was sort of the fantasy, is that we would be able to come up with some machine that you could then download stroke profiles, or, you know, your friends could be playing around with stroke profiles and they come up with, hey, we have that new like classic liner profile updated. Let me send it to you. And you get it through a text on your phone, and you Bluetooth it over to your machine, and bingo, you've got that exact stroke profile. Or, you know, somebody could take a classic machine, like a really good performing machine, and just get the profile of it and, you know, download that graph into the machine. So anyway, that's not what Carson's machine is now. But one thing that we did get out of that was we found that some of the best performing machines spent the shortest amount of time with the needle in the skin. We got in and got back out again. And so he and I actually share a patent for the progressive cam, and it's a cam that is shaped in such a way to do exactly that, to get the needle in and out of the skin faster. And so as from what I understand, he's used some of that. He's not using that exact cam that we have the patent on, but he's taken some of that experience, some of that knowledge, and incorporated that into this design.
Are you attempting to take a break from talking? We need to kind of need to.
Okay, want me to take it up?
Well, I need to get my stuff together because I'm getting bugs in my pants.
All right. Well, what do you need me to do?
I don't know. Can you help me get some stuff up? I gotta rinse out kind of brushes. They're all like really nice brushes that are drying to close. I got it, but I'm saying at some point I need your help.
Okay. Well, let me know if you need help with anything. I'll be here in the meantime. You want to bring me to bring your painting inside to get the bugs off it?
No, I think it's okay, but I'm gonna stop.
I'm gonna turn this off.
Okay. I'm just playing out so nothing gets ruined.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's in the fridge.
I've been using the same Cheyenne Sol Nova pen for a couple of years, and I really like it. And it's kind of this thing where I'm so comfortable with it, I'm not tempted to try other machines as much, but I don't want to get into that pattern of saying, oh, this is not improvable. And especially knowing Carson as long as I have to give his machine a shot, because especially since he's sending me one. But he's a smart guy, and I'm sure he's done some things to it that others have not thought to do.
Because he's a tattoo artist making it.
Right, Michelle's saying because he's a tattoo artist making it. Right. Now, not to say anything bad about Cheyenne, because they have, I think, made a big effort to go around from shop to shop and develop relationships with artists and get long-term feedback on their products. So, I mean, it's not for nothing that they're as successful as they are. But I definitely like to see when actual artists come up with these things. So I am going to step away for a few minutes here, and I'll come check in with you all in a little bit.
Okay.
Making sure all the brushes are kind of like so they're not, there's nothing on here to ruin. Is there any pizza still, or did it get all eaten?
Okay, is there a slice of pizza left?
So we're gonna get them. Pizza.
Awesome. Everybody's stuff's looking really cool.
Thank you, Sandy.
Thanks, Sandy.
What do you have for dinner?
Some sort of chickpea rice deliciousness that my partner made. It was so good. A bunch of spices from our garden. Mm.
Very nice. Hey, Rob Shaw, if you're out there, why don't you zoom in?
Yeah, good call. Yeah, it looks like he was commenting a couple minutes ago.
Yeah.
Huh. He says, looks great, Sandy. Thanks, Rob, if you're still there. That's nice. I missed that. Yeah, this sort of subject matter really like lends itself to zoning out on it. That's what I found with that wood grain stuff of yours, Chris. I was just like, whoa.
Yeah, just get sucked in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was zoned out with that one too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a fun feeling.
That was fun.
Yeah, you're getting into the flow. Flow state.
Yeah, we're still waiting to see a few of those paintings.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we didn't see, I don't think Michelle posted hers yet with Kaya's.
Yeah, totally.
Mm.
And I thought there were some more from Rob's group too.
Yeah, they had a few guys. That's right.
There's like 4 or 6 of them painting that night.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yep.
You using oils or acrylic, Rob?
Using these things, it's acrylic, but it's called Golden Open, so it stays wet a little longer. It makes it act like an oil a little bit, but it's an acrylic. Yeah, I really like them. They're cool. Yeah. Yeah, you can blend them like sort of like how an oil might blend. And
Yeah.
yeah, I dig them. How about you? Are you using acrylic on there?
Yeah, this is acrylic.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that looks awesome, man. I like those guys over on the right that look like they're kind of peeling down over each other. Yes, yeah, that looks rad. And that big hole down there is cool. That's nice, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I keep thinking that might be the only interesting spot.
Mm. Well, you got one over on the left too that's kind of hanging down a little bit. That guy's cool too. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I love everything about that. I think that's sweet.
Yeah, I definitely dig that.
Yours turned out really cool, Sandy.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I got pretty obsessed with that for the next couple of days. I was so stoked. I was like, I got to do so many more of these.
Yeah, it was fun to work on the next day.
Yeah. And it was
the
cool.
other one pouring.
He was over for dinner that night, and he started his. He didn't stay in because something interesting was happening outside. But this is what he ended up getting done, was some little.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Awesome.
He saw mine and he was like, "Whoa, that's really cool. I'd like to try that." And I was like, "Yeah, come on in, man." So maybe he'll finish it. If he does, I'll post it on the thing.
Did your mom do it?
She ended up, eating instead.
Okay.
She saw mine as well and was like, "Oh, now I'm gonna have to do that."
Cool.
So everybody was like, when they actually saw it in person, they were like, "Okay, now I have to try it out." So I'm sure that we'll make a night of that probably together.
Yeah, it's a good icebreaker. Yeah, it gets you right into it.
Totally.
Like, just start painting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And see what happens.
You don't have to.
They don't all turn out that cool. There's a bunch I started that just let them go. It's kind of like, yeah.
But it probably got you out of like a little bit of a funk or something. Like you can just kind of get that energy moving.
Yeah. There's already a pattern. It's neat, you know. There's already a natural sort of a flow going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Better than a blank slate.
The pattern's definitely the key.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yeah, I really liked the wood that I had. There was some wood that we didn't.
I'm glad everyone had a good time. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah, it was great.
That was a really good one. Yep.
So yeah, like a Bob Ross style landscape painting night would be killer.
That'd be cool, man. Mm-hmm.
Do you do a lot of landscapes, either of you?
No, that's why I kind of want to dive into it.
Yeah, we definitely don't either.
Is that really bright and colorful? It's kind of like landscape. He all of his stuff's in shopping malls around the United States, and he killed himself with like really bright, colorful fantasy type landscapes.
I don't know.
Sounds intriguing, but I have no idea who you mean. The story.
Yeah, sorry. I should present that better. No, I'll find it.
I feel like I should know that story. It sounds.
I know. I'm like, how did I miss
like
that?
something famous? Yes, but
Yeah.
Oh, Thomas Kincaid.
Oh,
yeah, I
that's
know that name.
yeah.
Yes, Kincaid. Yeah.
Crazy beautiful.
Does all little villages type kind of
Yeah.
Hobbit sort of style in a way.
cool.
Yeah, I remember at the mall they had a gallery with that. You know, when frame shops with art were like a big thing. You know, back in the '90s and stuff. It was like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Off the
Remember Thomas
wall.
Kincaid? Yes, yes.
Yeah, calendars all over the place. My dad and my stepmom really dig his stuff.
Yeah.
Someone like near a stream.
I hear something.
That's
like
probably my fish tank.
Fish tank. Okay.
Cool.
I mean, the babbling brook.
Yeah, babbling brook. That's relaxing.
Yeah. Mellow. Do you have tropical fish or freshwater?
Freshwater. I'm actually down to just an algae eater now. But
yeah.
he's awesome, and he's old and huge.
Is he real big? Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get huge.
These guys are cool.
Definitely.
I kind of miss having fish, man. I'll have to get fish again. I think my fiance wants to get some. It'd be a fun thing to do.
Nice.
Yeah, they're easy.
Yeah, fun to look at. They're relaxing to watch.
My friend just got super obsessed with she's not allowed to have fish, I guess, in her apartment complex. It's like not legal or whatever because of the possibility of the tank like exploding or so. I don't know.
Oh, it's silly.
Yeah. She got obsessed with snails instead.
Okay.
Little terrariums.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Fucking cool. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, she's like, it's like she one day didn't have snails at all, and now she's like making acrylic like houses that are having moss all over them for them.
Wow, that's
I was
neat.
going to ask if they got like giant castles that they just like slowly nudge.
Exactly. Pretty awesome.
That's cool. Yeah, I have a little frog. It's a little blue dart frog in a terrarium. He's a neat pet. Yeah, they're cool looking. I want to get him a little buddy. He's been there by himself for like a year, so I think it's time to get him a buddy.
Yeah, Rod, why don't you tell them about the pigs?
Oh yeah, we have 2 pigs in our house that we live with too.
Oh, little potbelly?
Yeah, kinda. They're miniature for pigs, but you know they're not like a farm. They're not like a farm pig, like a hog. Those things get really big, but ours still is like probably 200 pounds and
Oh, wow.
150 pounds. Here, I'll flip this around for a second, just for a second. You guys can see the picture. See that guy? There's one. Yeah, that's him, and there's a black one over here.
Oh my God. So cute.
Yeah. Yes, there's Poe. He's just taking a nap. Yeah. Yeah, they're
That's
nice
awesome.
pets. They're nice pets, man. I like them.
I've known people that have potbelly pigs, and they were always so sweet.
Yeah, they're nice to have around. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they did get bigger than what they thought they were going to do as well. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
now
They
it's
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they might, they might get a dwarf, one or two dwarf here and there, but most of them, they're going to grow, They just, you always see pictures of baby ones. That's what they show. Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
If you showed people a picture of Poe, they would never buy him. He's huge.
Like, oh, I can't have that.
Yeah, right. But hey, as long as he behaves himself, and we keep, he's okay. Like, and he's pretty good. But yeah, if they were bad, it'd be hard because of how strong they are and stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude, that'd be tough. But they're good.
Aren't they like? I've heard that pigs are like smarter than dogs.
They're pretty smart. Yeah, they're trained to go in a litter box and stuff. And
Oh,
yeah, you can train them to do cool tricks if you give them a little treat.
That's
They'll
sweet.
they'll sit and shake my hand and stuff. I never trained them too much, but
Yeah.
they do that though. Yeah.
They get along pretty good, Rod.
They get, for the most part, they get along. They just fight over their food, but when they're fed. Yeah, they always want to be greedy. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go find a big piece of paper.
Okay.
Is that the piggy waking up?
No, that was something else.
Oh.
It sounded like an animal, but I don't know what.
Yeah,
Piggy's still sitting, sleeping there.
that's so funny.
Yeah.
I have a 6-foot roll of arches, like of the pink kind, you know, and that's the last bit of paper I have.
Oh.
So I have to like cut from this like giant 6-foot roll. It's like
Wow. Is that like watercolor paper?
yeah. But I'm
Oh,
gonna
okay.
do marker this time. I like markers a lot. I did like a 6-foot marker drawing once.
Oh,
Really?
wow.
Be fun to have that much fucking paper, I guess. I don't know.
Rod, do you have any other animals that get along with the pigs, or just the piggies?
Yeah. Well, we have two cats also, a boy cat and a girl cat. But and you know, for a while there, when Poe was smaller, when he was maybe like 2 years old, this girl cat named Emma would walk around him and purr, and it would put him in a sort of a trance, and he would kind of just like he would get weak in the knees because like she would kind of rub her tail around him, and she would purr, and he'd get so weak he would flop over on his side, and then you could like rub his belly or whatever. But yeah, they were friends. Yeah, they were cool for a while. Now he's so big that I don't think the cats want anything to do with him anymore. But
oh wow.
but yeah, they were actually good friends for a little while.
Man.
Yeah, yeah, it was an odd couple. They liked each other though.
That's so funny.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Wonder what was going on with the trance. That's so interesting.
I don't know.
Some
Pigs like
vibrational
sounds.
stuff.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that purring like really just put him into like a trance. Yep. Yeah, the other one, when she was a baby, the girl, when I would play the guitar sometimes, she would get in a little bit of a trance. They like music too. That's one thing pigs are known for. Like they say at a farm, if the pigs won't settle down, they take a loudspeaker and put classical music on, and the pigs all just kind of chill out.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they like music. This is fun. I haven't done a biomech painting in a while. That's cool, man.
That's awesome.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, guys, I gotta go. It was nice hanging out with y'all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that Haley?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, have a good night.
Good night.
Yeah. See you later. This break from COVID and not tattooing for a while and stuff has actually been a good way to practice art, man. Like I've been feeling better when I do a consultation with a client now after spending time studying and practicing with these online sessions and things. It's making a difference in my consultations and drawings now. It's nice. They're going really good.
That's awesome. Yeah,
Yeah,
I haven't
it
gotten
feels
to get
good.
back into it, but it's like definitely, I've never
Mhm.
done paintings really before, and now it's just like I have so many paintings all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's really a lot of this experience is like, it's great. It's really good.
Yeah,
Yeah, I haven't tattooed yet, but I have had a couple consultations and I'm getting into setting up and
nice.
things. And so I'm gonna
Well,
ease into it and see how it goes.
very exciting.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that. But yeah, I've definitely I feel like it's gonna be a whole nother level up when I do get back into it, because it is just like we've been regularly
Practice.
practicing everything, and it's like
Yeah.
it feels good.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't realize it until I sat down to do drawing with a client, and I was doing kind of like some new little, like positive relationships and different things that were just clicking in my head from practicing with you guys and stuff. And I was like, wow, this is fun. And then I sat down later that day by myself and kind of mess around with it, and I was like, ooh, this is more fun. Like it's actually, yeah, it made a cool difference. So I'm glad I did it. Yeah, especially working with Guy and listening to how he works, it really, really helps, man.
Always
Just
helpful.
all that like knowledge is like gold. It's great. Like,
Yes. And he's just got so much of it.
yeah,
Overflowing.
it's phenomenal. Yeah, and I mean everybody, all learn from all you guys. But yeah, there's just Guy has a wealth of knowledge. It's great.
And he's extremely eloquent at being able to like share it.
Yeah, he's good at that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like R2D2.
Yeah, it does. Beep boop beep beep boop.
Yeah.
We used to have guppies at one point, and when I was younger, and I remember we'd just gotten a plecostomus, and then
What is that?
It's like, I think it's one of those algae feeders guys.
Oh yeah, that's the name of it. Okay.
Yeah, and it was like they're vegetarian, right? They're just eating algae, but we had the guppies had just had babies, and one of the babies disappeared, and we were like, oh no, the plecostomus must have eaten him, which makes sense because he only eats algae. But
yeah, he's
we
not
wondered
vegan
where
anymore.
else could he have possibly gone. And then a week later, we found him in the filter. He had like gotten sucked into the filter, but he survived because he was like
He
eating on.
did?
Yeah, he ate all the filter goo that kept coming through, I guess.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Quite the
great. Oh my
survival
gosh.
story.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's great. That's the best. We had oh, that's so cool. Yeah, we had a similar thing like a couple weeks ago. Our little frog disappeared, and we're like, where did this little fella go? He's an inch tall. He's an inch long. You know, this thing is so tiny. So we're upset about it. I'm ready to go get a new frog so that we're not upset anymore. My fiance was upset. Anyways, I sit on the couch and I start drawing on my iPad, and down by my feet, I see like some movement. And I looked down and all I saw was a fur ball. So I didn't think it was the frog. Here he had been covered with all this animal hair fuzz from under the couch. And so I grabbed him, we washed him off in the sink, and I pulled all the fur and hair off of him, and he's alive. He's great.
Whoa.
Yeah, he lived. I couldn't believe we found him. He's so tiny. Like it was a miracle. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Buzzball, you're just like,
yeah. I didn't even think. I saw movement, and then I looked. I was like, "That's not a frog. It was just a ball of fur." yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's awesome. Yay! I'm glad.
That was awesome. Yeah, and he's alive. It's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I had this crazy situation with a snake of mine once. I was having to find him a new home because I realized that I was going to be traveling and I couldn't really pawn him off on anybody. Nobody wanted to feed him the dead mice. So I was like, okay. I feel really bad that I have to find him a new home. And so I'm taking him somewhere else, his new place, and my friend is helping me, and she's got him on her lap in a bag, towel bag. Because they can't transport them in the glass because they could get hurt. So we think that he's just calmed down in the bag, but turns out he had gotten himself out of the bag and into the car by the time we get to the and we're looking everywhere and we can't find him, and we're just like, he must have gotten out of the car. Oh my gosh, like there's nothing else we can do. And so I'm driving home, like a freaking 8-hour drive the next day, and no sign of him. I'm just really bummed. I think that he's dead somewhere in Vancouver. And then I come home and my friend's helping me get my car cleaned out, and she's just like, hey, did you bring your snake with you? And I was like, what? And I think I just saw your snake in the car. And so, sure enough, he was just sitting under the chair, attached himself to the mechanism so that he wouldn't come out. And, I'm trying to get him out with the mouse. He's just like, nope, I don't want to get out. I'm around here, and I'm just like, okay, well, I'll be back for you, man. Like, and I'll get you out with the mouse. You will come out.
Yeah.
A little later on in the day, my other friend says, hey, did you bring Seamus with you? I was like, okay, what? Where is he now? And he was outside of the car. So there must be some little hole within the car, and he had escaped through it. And he was out in the lawn. So then that's where I was convinced that I was never going to see him again, because I saw his little sandy trail and then it goes into the grass, and I'm like, well, that I can't. He could be anywhere now. So I look for hours, can't find him. 2 weeks later, one of my tattoo clients who lives like kilometers away from me texts me a picture of Seamus in the grass, and I'm like, what is going on?
Oh my goodness.
Snake? I said, yes. How did you make it all the way up there? He says, no, this is your neighbors sent me this photo. This snake just bit their dog's nose, and
Ooh.
and they're wondering, they were asking me if it was a poisonous snake, and I thought, oh, Sandra has a snake, maybe it was hers.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes, that's Seamus. So then I went over to those neighbors and I told them, listen, if you see that snake again, it's mine. He's harmless, and I would love to see him come home. So like a week later, they come over to the door and they're like, Seamus is back. He's over here with the dogs are looking at him. So I went over there, and Seamus sniffed the air, and then as soon as he could just tell it was me, he just twirled up my arm and onto my neck. It was
Really?
I was like,
So he knew you. Wow, that's
knew
cool.
me.
Well, that's awesome. I didn't know a reptile could do that.
Me neither. I
like,
was just
yeah,
like, oh
that's
my
neat.
God, so surprised.
That's cool. They can feel like warmth of like, who you are. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's neat.
Oh, Seamus. I wish I could have like seen what sort of adventures he had gotten up to.
Yeah, if you could only see that. Wow.
Oh, 2 weeks. Poor little guy.
How long was it for that he was out?
It was 2 or 3 weeks.
2 weeks.
Like,
Wow.
I was so blown away. I mean, he hadn't made it
I
very
would've-
far. He made it to the neighbors.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Oh, wild stuff. Pets,
Yeah.
man. Just like get your heartstrings.
Yeah, I would never imagine you could find a lost snake.
Me neither. I
Holy
thought for
cow.
sure that was it. Like, no way.
Oh man, yeah. Somebody had released a snake in my parents' neighborhood, and then they found it out back. My dad and one of the neighbors put this thing. It was actually the other guy was a tattoo artist I used to work with. Also, it just happened that his kid's mom lives by my dad. So my dad and this tattoo artist friend of mine get this big snake and put it into like a tub, and this thing was like 7 feet long. It was ridiculous.
Oh my God.
They put it in the picture of it in the newspaper and the online, like Lancaster online thing, and it must have been someone's pet, and they just let it go. It's not like they're native to the suburbs there, but it was crazy. I couldn't believe it.
7 feet.
A giant snake, and it was really docile because it had just eaten, and it had this big, I mean, like you could see a big knot in the stomach about the size of a cat, a big cat.
Oh no.
So everyone was thinking, oh, that thing must have eaten a house cat, or something out there in the yard. Well, they ended up taking it in, and they did an x-ray, and here it was a possum. It wasn't a cat. Yeah, it ate a whole possum.
Holy.
Yeah.
Craziness.
Mm-hmm. I think that was last summer.
To find a 7.
Oh, yeah, it was huge. Oh man.
No.
Yeah, Chris, my dad found a snake out back of the house.
When was that?
I think it was last summer or the summer before that.
That's
Yeah, it like made the news though. It was like in the kind of like the suburbs of the neighborhood Chris and I grew up in. Like, it's not really, it was like just an odd thing. I've never seen a snake in Lancaster, like, except unless you go down by the river or something, then but not in a neighborhood. Like,
no, that doesn't sound, especially that big. Crazy.
Yeah, like a snake that size. Like, yeah.
I just saw my first rattlesnake the other day.
Ooh.
Which they are around here. Like, I've lived here for 25 years, and it's actually crazy that that's my first snake. But he was coiled and ready to pounce.
Oh, okay.
We moved on.
Jeez, that's scary. Where do you live at?
I'm in Grand Forks in BC, so it's like southern BC. I'm really close to like Oregon and Washington and stuff.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. And they're like there's tons of those snakes. Everybody usually sees them, and I, for some reason, had never seen them. And then yeah, the first time I saw him, he's very close.
Oh, that's scary, man.
Yeah. I was like, oh, cool. Okay, let's get out of here.
Yeah. Did he make a rattle sound?
Oh yeah, that's how we knew he was there. We were
Oh
just
my
walking,
God.
hiking. We were coming back the same way we had come up, and
Yikes.
then all of a sudden, we're like, whoa, geez.
Whoa.
Hello.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah, it wasn't too small either. I was, yeah, definitely,
Oh.
one of those times where you're like, oh, that could make a really cool photo. I could use that for like a reference or something like that. But I was like, I'm just gonna go.
No way.
I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah, no stopping to take the picture. Oh man. Yeah, it's too scary.
Yeah. Especially when you got more of a hike to come down afterwards. It's like, I think I'm okay.
Yeah, right. You want to make it home.
Yeah. Is there lots of other sorts of poisonous animals around either of you guys?
Copperhead.
Yeah, copperhead. That's a snake. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the most dangerous around here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one you always hear about in this area.
Copperhead. What about spiders?
Wolf spiders.
Yeah.
Brown recluse.
Is that native to here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I've always heard about those ones being super creepy.
Bunch of lantern flies.
Oh yeah, those things.
What are those?
It's like this new fly that you're supposed to kill them if you see them.
What?
Yeah, they're like invasive. They're not like supposed to be around here, and nothing wants to eat them, so they're just growing. Like yeah, it's hard to get rid of them, I guess.
Yikes.
Yeah, they take over trees.
Oh yeah, they eat our plants. That's right.
Lantern.
Yeah, spotted lanternflies. I think that just seems like it came out like this year. Now it's a big thing. Like I don't remember hearing about it before this year.
Yeah, last year is when they made their debut, I think.
Oh, okay.
Made their debut.
Their big debut. I hear the babbling brook.
Yep. There's a giant algae eater in the brook.
You guys do anything to try to get into like, I don't know, like I used to have a hard time sitting down for like long period of time to do art. I don't know, I would just get up and go get a drink or move around too much. But now it's not as bad for me. I like to sit for longer periods of time. But like I try to like take a lot of deep breaths and just kind of get into the groove. Do you guys do anything that helps you like stick with it and just kind of be more relaxed and stay at the drawing for a long time or anything? Or does it just come naturally?
Zoned. And then if I'm zoned, it's just like I don't even have to try anything. It's just I can't move.
Yeah.
Gotta stay.
They're just locked in.
Yep. Okay.
I think that usually if I'm like feeling antsy or something, then I'll end up just trying to do something else first. Just like, okay, can I get this energy out somehow? But I've been doing like a lot of breathing exercises like those. I don't know if you've heard of that Wim Hof guy.
Oh yeah.
breathing like cold and stuff. I've been doing breathing exercises every day, and I definitely actually find that quite relaxing. I did that earlier today when I was kind of panicking this morning a little bit about getting everything done before everybody was coming on.
Yeah, that's good to calm down when you can do the like breathing things. I like do seated meditation, just and breathe for a little while. That really helps if you're anxious or well, I don't know, just uneasy. It seems to calm me down.
Totally,
I
and
like that kind of
all
stuff.
available at all times because it's just your breath and you.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
have to get anything extra.
Mm-hmm.
Very handy.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's actually my cue. Unfortunately, I could go on for a long time,
Mm-hmm.
and I probably will tomorrow. But
Yeah.
that is my cue to head to bed.
Okay. Oh, I see. Who's left here? Let's see. All right, just us three then, and Gabe is on mute. All right, I need to take a bathroom break, but if you guys are gonna call it quits, or I don't know what's up with Chris. You want to stay on there, Chris?
Oh, I don't know. What are you thinking? I don't know when Guy's coming back.
Oh yeah, yeah, we can wait for a little while. I'm gonna take a bathroom break, and I'll be right back then.
All right, it was really fun painting with you guys.
Yeah, you too, Sandy.
You
See you
too,
later.
Sandy. See you next week.
Yeah, heck yeah. I don't know what we'll be doing, but I'm sure it's going to be awesome.
Heck yeah. Have a good night.
You too.
Or day.
You guys do stuff tomorrow.
All right, see you later.
Okay, got it now. Got the audio. Good to go.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Oh, good. It's just me right now. My name's Rod.
Oh, hey, how's it going, Rod?
Oh, good, man. How are you?
Pretty good, man. I'm Bruno. Just joining
Cool.
in a little bit late.
Yeah, man. Guy is taking a little break, and I think he's eating dinner, and I think Chris took a little break. Sandy just signed off. She had to go to bed. But yeah, Guy and Chris will be back soon.
Cool, man. I might as well hang for a little while.
Yeah, man. Awesome.
Cool, man.
Working on a painting. Oh, nice.
Yeah, I didn't really have anything ready or anything in mind.
Yeah.
And I just kind of started to stain the canvas and let it flow a little bit. And this is where it kind of led me.
I like
Just,
it.
Thanks, man. Just
Nice
focusing on like finding like placing the right values in the right place kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just being experimental with the colors that I'm using.
Yeah, I dig it, dude. It looks cool.
Thanks, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yours does too, man.
Thanks,
That's
man.
why it took me a little long to join in, because I was intimidated, because I didn't have a plan or anything in mind. So I was like, maybe let me start sketching something before I join in, because all your pieces are so they all look so cool.
Thanks, man.
Yeah,
I made like
working on.
Earlier today. I did like I tried to do a couple like little thumbnail sketches of like the basics and of whatever, just a biomech thing, and then I did it on Procreate, printed out my reference, and so I had a little bit of an idea.
Right. No, I like that, man. It's a
Thanks,
nice flow.
Thanks, man.
Where do you where are you from?
I'm from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. It's like about an hour and a half away from Philadelphia. It's like west of Philadelphia. Yeah, man. How about you?
I'm in Miami.
Oh, wow. I've never been to Miami, but I heard it's cool.
It's cool, man. I can't complain. Yeah, man. There's most of the year it's really good weather, and just that by itself is a pretty big deal,
Yeah. Oh, that's great. I could go for that too.
It's very comfortable.
Yeah. I don't like the cold, man.
You don't like it?
Not really. Nope. The older I get, the less I like it too. It's like, it gets depressing around like, February, March. It's like, okay, come on now. Let it,
I know how it is.
A little bit. Sucks.
I lived in Chicago, and the winters were rough, man.
I heard. I couldn't deal with that. I heard that's bad.
Yeah, like I was there for a couple of years, and the summer was lovely, but the winters, they were pretty depressing. I couldn't really do much.
Yeah, nobody goes out all winter, right?
Right.
It's too cold.
Yeah, man. Windy City.
Yeah. And then I guess I had friends out there, and they said, it really stinks in the winter. Nobody does anything. It's too cold. And then once it breaks, everybody has so much fun. It's just great. They say all at once, everybody's ready, and it's just great.
Yeah.
Sounds like a cool place.
Chicago?
Yes.
Yeah, man. Definitely a really cool place. Like you said, like especially in the summer, once the winter's over. It's a really fun place. Like downtown Chicago is awesome. And the lake, it turns into like an awesome beach, Lake Michigan.
Oh, nice. Oh, cool, man. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, man. I liked it, man. I liked Chicago, but just being from Miami, I was a little spoiled, and it was just an easy decision to come back.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man. I've been. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to talk of Miami. My dad was just telling me a week or two ago that how when he went to Miami, how cool it is, and just like what a blast. It's a great place to hang out, eat and drink, and see people and everything. But yeah, I got it's on my bucket list. I got to get there.
Yeah, man, it's a fun place, you know, to come and relax and you know, do some of those like beach activities and things like that.
Yeah.
Like if you're from out of town, like for sure, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
You'll be happy to be here.
Yeah.
It's a
They'll talk
fun
about
place.
South Beach and stuff.
Right. Yeah, man. There's plenty.
Awesome.
There's not enough conventions though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That would be a good thing here. And that's what it's missing.
Okay.
I mean, right now there's no conventions anywhere, but
No.
but just in general, like Miami hasn't really had like a good convention, like a strong one in a while.
Okay. Okay. I
I
remember
miss
hearing
that a little
about
bit.
one.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a while, like 10 years ago or something, probably though.
Right.
They had one where they had a bunch of, I don't know, celebrity type artists and things, and it was supposed to be a big one, but I don't know how it actually panned out or
Yeah.
anything. But
Yeah, that was a good one. I think you're talking about Tatulapalooza.
yeah, okay. Yeah, I did hear that. Yep.
Yeah, that was definitely a good one. I enjoyed the first couple of years of that convention.
Okay.
It was great.
Yeah.
Like some
Nice.
great artists were coming down, and it was a real fun time. Yeah, that was a good time. But once that
Nice.
was done, that was about it. Like that was it. Yeah,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Yeah. Ah, bummer, man.
But you know, it comes in waves.
Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say that it's these virtual gatherings are amazing. You know, like it's so great that they're happening. You know, I'm so
I
grateful.
know.
I've been just kind of like while I work, I've been having them in the background. There's always something that you hear, and it might have an impact, at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, this is cool. It makes it feel a lot more normal, having
For
something
sure.
going on like this. It's great.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's nice to have seminars and stuff and like learn things in the meantime.
Yeah, man.
I've been enjoying that.
Yeah, it's been a consistent hangout in a way, and
yeah,
that's been really cool. To hear a little bit more about from everybody and
yeah. Did you go to the Reinventing the Tattoo website and they have different drawing events on there that a group gets together and does different projects each week and things like that. And I've been doing that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, man. I have the intention of like trying to make sure that I make the time, no matter what I got going on to try to make it to these exercises.
Yeah.
Because yeah, man, they're just great. You learn so much, and it's just something about kind of doing things in a group that you can't get anywhere else either.
Yeah, you
Doing
can
by
learn a
yourself.
lot more. Yeah. Yeah, you can learn a lot at once with all the different people, man. Yeah. So are you into bio pretty much? Is that one of your favorite things?
Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorites. I just really like abstract art. And but I've always really liked the look of biomechanical art, and like when when I sit down to draw or sketch or whatever, that's kind of where I tend to go. You know, I tend to go kind of biomech or bioorganic and start messing around with that. I have a lot of fun with that. Like I enjoy that a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. It's an awesome style, man. It's rad.
I kind of like letting the subconscious kind of like start to see things, you know, that within the abstract, you know, as your painting goes along. Like sometimes I won't know where I'm headed with the painting, and I just start smudging it, you know, and before I know it, like my mind just kind of sees something, you know, and I start developing it, and I really enjoy that process.
Yeah, that is cool, man. Yeah. Starting with like nothing and it just comes out into something.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah,
it's
like
cool,
no planning or very little planning, just letting it flow.
Yeah.
I feel like sometimes great things come out of that, you know, because you know, sometimes when you can't even imagine certain things that your subconscious sees, you know, like beforehand, you know, and if you allow it to see something, then you know, something really original, something that you could have really not even thought about, you know, comes out, and that's always really cool. I really like that part of that process, the surprise element of what's gonna come out.
Yeah, that's cool to surprise yourself and not know. That's neat. Yeah. Who knows what's in there, man, in your subconscious? It's like, you know, your brain stores up so many things and stuff. Like, yeah.
Yeah, man. And you paint? Are you painting? With oils?
No, I'm using these things called. It's acrylic, but its name is. It's golden open, so it stays wet a little longer than a regular acrylic. It kind of, you can blend it a little bit like an oil.
Yeah.
So, but it's called a slow drying acrylic. That's what it's called.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I like them.
Yeah, I did hear you say that earlier. That's cool. So you've been using them for a while? Like they work well in that way that you can like blend them and stuff?
Yeah, I like to blend with them and stuff, man. It's nice. I was doing some commissions of like portraits and stuff for people. So it was like, you know, people's pets and their kids and things like that. And I was doing acrylic, and they were okay, but I wasn't able to get like the blending like feel like I wanted to, and so I got into these. I bought a set of these, and this kind of put me into a more comfortable place with blending and things, and now I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah, so yeah, it's probably like maybe like 4 months or something with these guys. Yeah, they're good.
Cool.
Yeah,
because I've been painting mainly with acrylics, and I'm curious to see you know, like what those acrylics can add to the situation.
Yeah, you can get like they mix together. You can mix you take all your acrylics and you can mix some of these along with them, and it'll just add that like that smoothness to it a little bit, the blending and smoothness of it, you know.
Right.
It'll slow that drying time down a little bit.
Pretty cool, man. We're checking out for sure.
Yeah, man.
And how about you? You're usually mainly biomech?
Yeah, that's like my favorite one. Yeah, I like biomech the best. Like when I get tattooed, I'll get a biomech tattoo. Yeah, but you know, tattoo wise, I just for the most part, I've always kind of done like what people, you know, what the client wants for the most part. But if I have a choice and I'm doing like custom type things, I'd rather do like a biomech type tattoo. Yeah,
for sure. I feel
they're
you,
my
man.
favorite. Yep.
Cool.
Bruno, Guy here. Good evening. Glad you could join us.
Hey, Guy, how's it going, man?
Going all right. Just got the kid to bed.
What's that?
I just got the kid to bed until I'm back to join you guys. Who else is still with our group here?
It's just
I'm
Rod
still
here.
here.
Oh, Chris is still there? Cool.
Oh,
hey,
okay.
Chris.
Still here. Right on.
Hey, how's it going, man?
It's
Pretty
going.
good, man. Just joining in.
Cool. Very cool.
Yeah,
man,
this
having a good time.
this is kind of, you know, a little bit more chill than some of our virtual gatherings, because in some ways, like there's been so much chasing involved, trying to fill every slot and every spot and make sure we've got, you know, happy people in every booth and that sort of thing. And this time, we just stopped worrying about it, and the things that we already had booked, we just focused on making those work out well. And so it had some great interviews today, but yeah, our future virtual events are going to be kind of like how NASA stopped making billion-dollar probes and started making smaller probes but more often. So yeah, that's our thing. We're going to be doing smaller things, I think, because I can't do this anymore. As much as I love the idea, I feel like I can't attend to it. Between Gabe and Sandy and I, even doing our very best, there's just too many details to get everything nailed, you know.
For sure. It's a lot.
I'm happy to scale down a little bit. We're going to be doing things through reinventing a lot more, and that's some of it's going to be open to the public and some will be members only. But I want to try to do just a paint jam of some sort or another once a month, you know, open to the public and just invite people, and we'll have themes, you know, like the suggestion of a palette knife night. That could be fun.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, man, that sounds great. It's been great, man. Been really enjoying these virtual gatherings and all these paint jams and seminars. Grateful, man.
Me too.
Yeah, it's right now is, you know, not everyone, but most people are able to go back to tattooing, and you know, we may end up having a spot in the winter where that's not the case, and at that point we may ramp it up again a little bit, do a couple bigger events. But I think as long as people are working, just having them in the evening, you know, when people are done with work and can actually come join us, and you know, doing some more spontaneously. We come up with an idea and 2-3 days later we're doing it, like we've been doing with the reinventing exercises. I've just enjoyed it. It's lower stress, and I think that the combination of being able to do a lower stress but still do more things at the same time is a magic combination, you know.
Yeah.
Things don't have to be too carefully planned. We don't have to come up with a whole curriculum or anything like that.
Exactly. You could focus a little bit more on the creative side of things,
and also just seeing what other people have to offer, what other participants want to bring to the table. I just like the idea that by having a lot of little events, we can come up with ideas, and there's time for all of them.
So you started that painting guy with Ty?
Yeah, we've been working on this for a couple of months. Hey, Rod, just so you know, right now your camera is not showing you. It's just showing. Oh yeah, now you're back. I don't know what happened there.
My battery went. Put a notice up for me. 10% was left.
Oh yeah,
I think that was it.
So pretty soon you're going to be either plugging in or getting kicked off.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I'm actually going to grab that plug now.
Yeah, I always wait until it's like 1% and then I'm scrambling. Yeah, Ty and I started this one digitally, and it's been going on for a couple of months, but I've been juggling a lot of collabs with a lot of different people, which has been fun. They've all been different styles, and I mean, they've all been bio, but different takes on bio. And Ty and I have done a few collaborations in the past, and this sort of resembles a rib panel that we did on a guy. And yeah, just having fun with it.
Yeah, it's amazing, man.
Yeah, that painting's awesome.
Yeah, also on the easel right now is the thing that Killian Moon and I are doing. That one's acrylic, and it is sort of I don't know, a landscape with waterfalls and stuff. It's almost a little Dungeons and Dragons-y looking, but it's still also got an essence of bio in there. It's we were trying to come up with something that was very subterranean and cool, since we had just done that crazy lava mech thing. And then what else? We got those two, and Mike Cole and I are about to start the paint stage on something we've had going on for a couple of months.
Nice. Can't wait to see that.
So how's tattooing treating you in Florida right now? Are things crazy there, or is life going on pretty smoothly?
This month was a little bit tricky because like I had some clients that had people at work that had the COVID, and other clients that they thought that they had the COVID, and so they didn't want to come in, and they wanted to get tested, and the whole thing. That kind of a lot of interruptions due to the situation. Yep. For sure. This particular month, yeah. But things seem to kind of be getting back to normal, but at the same time, these kinds of things keep on popping up here and there.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like normal, but at the same time, it's always a presence.
Exactly.
And, yeah, I mean, like my client from this week is rescheduling because of that. He's a prison guard, and there's a nasty prison COVID outbreak, right?
Oof.
Yuck. And then last month I had a guy that had to reschedule because he and his wife own a few restaurants, and somebody, I mean, when you've got 60 employees, somebody is going to have it,
Right.
And so, and then you have to wait 2 weeks and everything to really make sure that the test is even telling you anything worth looking at. Although it seems like a lot of the tests aren't very accurate. I'm hearing a lot of stories about that.
That's what everybody's saying too.
They're not the best. I think they have like a 70% accuracy rate, which is not great for a test.
No. Gosh, that's not.
No.
Yeah. It just kind of makes more of a mess, the fact that the tests are unreliable. But hopefully it's all on its way out. It kind of feels that way.
The thing that I keep reminding myself is, seeing these photos of 1918, is you can see pictures of people at a sports arena watching a football game, and they're socially distancing and they're wearing masks, right? And
really,
right, because we had this terrible flu pandemic back then.
Yeah, right.
But right after that, what happened? 1919 came, and there hasn't been a period of us having to do that since then. And so I guess just knowing that it's actually happened in the past, and then 100 years went by before we had to do it again, gives some hope that maybe there's a parallel to that now. Because right now it feels like the world is permanently turned on its head, but maybe it's not as permanent as it feels.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Definitely feels that way.
Right.
Yeah, we're in the middle of it, man. It's rough now.
I think a lot of the kind of weird Big Brother stuff that's happening as people are just giving up freedoms left and right over this whole thing. I think that stuff might be a little bit more permanent, unfortunately.
Yeah, it stinks. they got it pretty bad in Australia. They're on curfews and really rough ones, rough curfews. They barely can go out. Yeah, it sucks. I saw Adrian and his wife Instagrams, and yeah, they got it pretty bad over there.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's hard
Peru.
because I don't, you look at New Zealand and they had taken some pretty harsh measures early on, and at first it seemed like a great success story, but then it just caught up with them like everywhere else.
Mm.
And we're in rural America, which means we caught it 3-4 months after the big cities did, and so you just end up having the curve happening at different places in different time, and that also contributes to how messy it all is because it's not happening all at once. Well, the way I look at it is, especially since we're all having to go through it together, somehow that makes it a little bit less horrible. Like if it was just happening to one of us, it would be the worst thing ever. But we're all having to, that we're all taking the same hit to our career and our momentum and everything else.
Yeah.
And so knowing that, it's kind of like, okay, well, what are the positives? And there really are quite a few, depending on your circumstances, of course. I mean, if you're a small apartment dweller, there's less positives for you than if you live on 36 acres, right? So I know that I can't speak for everyone, but I do think a lot of people have had a chance to kind of have another look at what's really important, the things that matter to them the most.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have enjoyed the time at home with their families, although I know that there's also been more divorces and that sort of thing too.
They were probably meant to be divorces.
Right. If this is the thing that breaks them, then it was waiting in the wings.
Right. But yeah, there's always a bright side to things, and even though it's been rough, like crazy, unprecedented, there's also been like a bright side to it all, and been trying to focus on that, and all the extra time that we had was, I'm so grateful for it because it really allowed me to actually put a lot of time into painting in a way that I wasn't able to do before, and it's kind of changed my habits. And so a lot of positive things, thankfully, came out of it. There's definitely always a bright side to everything.
That's awesome, man.
I think the best things that have happened for me during this have, these have been fun collaborations. I mean, that's been the way that I've kind of scratched the artistic itch. And I also got involved in a big personal project that just ended up not really getting on stage for this season. There's just too many other things going on. But then, playing around with this virtual convention format, that's something that I don't know if there ever would have been a space for that for Gabe and I. And even though, like, after doing 4 of them, I feel like I can't keep doing them in that same format anymore. But during that same time, as a result of playing around with that, we've really ramped up our reinventing the tattoo activity, and that we are going to stick with because that's super rewarding, and it's a lot more low key. I can come home from swimming and realize, oh shit, I got an exercise in 8 minutes. I guess I'll leave my swim trunks on. I got to put on a shirt, and boom, go up and do the exercise, and it's great, and everyone has fun, and it's a good learning experience. But it's it's not stressful. I mean, 2 nights ago, I have ulcer flare-ups, and I know I mentioned it earlier, and I didn't want to get into too much information, but man, I fucking puked chunks of gnarly acidic concrete. That's what it felt like. It was hard. Ooh. And I woke up in the morning feeling like I'd given birth to a watermelon through my throat. I realized, man, I've got to talk for 12 hours.
Oh,
And it turned out to be okay. It actually turned out to be okay. I was a little afraid, you know, but it was all right. It turns out that the place where my throat is shredded is not the same place where I make my voice, right? So at least I lucked out in that sense.
that's good.
But you know, I don't know why I had the flare up then. The ulcer flare ups I have them about twice a year. The last one was really obvious why, you know, because I was trying to wrap up the BioMech Encyclopedia, which I'd been on for 8 years, and I just wasn't finishing it. You know, like daytime hours weren't doing it. So I started having that 10 p.m. cup of coffee like 5-6 nights a week, and I got the thing done. But then I lost a week of my life. You know, it was super bad.
Wow. That sucks, man.
Yeah, it's my deal with the devil. You know, occasionally
Right.
it catches up with me, but it allows me to have my nighttime hours and still be able to wake up at proper dad hours in the morning. I don't know if I'm losing years off my life doing it, but that's what I'm doing. You know, I'll sleep when I'm dead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, your body will tell you.
That's just a macho way of saying I intend to die from lack of sleep. And I don't. I actually don't. So yeah, I'll find a happy medium somewhere in there. You know, I'm still in the sweet spot of the parenting years, you know, where a kid is still a kid, and eventually she won't give a shit anymore about what I'm up to, and I'll miss it. And so I'll never regret taking extra time to just be with the kid.
Definitely not.
Often I think about what would I, if I were in my deathbed, what would I care about more? You know, if I was looking back, would I regret time I didn't get to spend in the office? You know, or would I regret time I didn't spend with my family? It's a pretty easy equation. And so I make a lot of decisions all the time based on that simple question. And as a result, I'm a way less productive person, but you know, it's the right decision.
Right.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Your daughter's killing it with the paintings, man.
Yeah, she's staying busy, you know, and I know that all the painting workshops that we've been doing online have been invigorating for her, because we've made sure that she's participated in just about all of them. And you know, she's not getting a formal education. You know, she's a homeschool kid. She's getting a very informal education. She's getting a very detailed education, you know.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not you know, following any template. And I think it's especially difficult for a kid to accept their parents as a teacher already, but even more so to accept their artist parents as an art teacher, if that makes sense. You know, and so it's kind of nice to have these other instructors, you know, come on, and she gets to hear their take on things.
Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think of that. But you are her dad.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
It's a special privilege, and it's also a weakness. You know, there's certain things that I could tell her that she'll just simply never hear because I happen to be her dad.
Exactly. The other day, she's it was a few weeks back, but she was painting on one of the seminars, and I think Gabe said that I was online, and she heard it, and I heard her say the the phrase in Spanish that she learned back then. Like she still knew it.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you
Mhm.
continued hearing, but she then rattled off a few other phrases in Spanish that she has learned since then. But it
That's
was
awesome.
sort of based on the same, like in the chair, in the sun, but she just kind of started mixing and matching it. It was kind of cool.
That's great, man.
Because, it's been summertime and she hasn't been doing the school thing as much. It's been more, just like the VTG exercises, and she's been reading Harry Potter. But
she's getting an A on
Mhm.
biomech.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
But yeah, we start actual classes pretty soon. I think actually this week. Tomorrow's the 1st. Holy shit.
Yeah, man. This year flew by.
Yeah, I mean, despite being such a trying year, it didn't just stand in place,
Mhm.
I think that the novelty of it was just so different. It'd be interesting when we're
Yeah.
much older and we look back at this, how we remember it.
Right.
Hopefully we'll remember it as an outlier, a one-off thing that didn't happen again. Hopefully that's how we'll be remembering.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully. I've been really enjoying that sound of the water in the background.
Hey, that's relaxing.
Oh yeah, the babbling brook.
Yeah, man. Nice little touch
Yeah.
of nature.
Yeah, I'm out in the garden right now, but we don't have the fountain running because it ended up filled with tadpoles, and I was afraid that if I turned the pump on, we'd end up with, tadpole chowder. So they ended up owning the thing this year. I'll have to figure out something else next year. Like, I think I can put the pump in a mesh bag or something like that.
What were you gonna be tattooing this week, guy?
I'm not sure. This is a guy I've done the sleeve on, and I think we were getting ready to start the other one. And yeah, I'm kind of bummed. But, we just have to wait several weeks to make sure this thing passes. And then he's going to be home for 2 weeks and get a test. And if everything's good, in a perfect world, he comes here and gets inked before he even goes back to work. Hang around with a bunch of infected prisoners. Somebody's got to do it, right?
Yeah.
I guess so.
But yeah, I mean, this entire, I would say a third of my appointments so far this year have had to move because of just concerns, not actually being sick, but, wondering if they are. And of course, that's enough anymore.
Right.
And then you hear stories like, I interviewed Lady Sarah. She's this Italian tattooist earlier today, and she lost 3 months of her life to COVID.
Wow.
And now she is kind of like, they're doing a bunch of medical tests on her to see if she's picked up some sort of degenerative disease from the whole thing, because she's lost so much strength. I guess it could be linked to like a ligament problem. So yeah, whatever the case may be, I don't want it. I don't want to experiment with seeing if I'm one of the people that it doesn't do that much to, or if I'm one of the others.
Yeah, man. That's the thing, right? Like, most people will be okay, but you never know who's gonna like go through what she's going through, or what she went through. Like,
A lot
I've
of them
heard
are
some
really
stories,
bad.
Huh?
Oh yeah, a lot of them are really bad cases, man. It's like nothing you want to mess with.
Yeah, man. When it's when it gets you, it gets you.
Yeah.
It's scary, man.
A guy I went to school with had it, and he had it for like, I don't know. He was in the hospital for 49 days, so he couldn't see his family or anything. And
Wow.
his wife told me he almost died the one night, but he made it. He's okay, and he recovered fully. But I mean, that's like 2.5 months altogether that took out of his life, and
Holy
yeah,
crap.
it's really bad, man. Like, that's no joke.
No.
I mean, that's got to leave you like scarred inside, mentally, having
Oh
that sort of
man.
an experience.
Yeah, away from the kids and everything, and
Wow.
yeah, I don't want to go through that. Like, oh man, I'll stay in and wear a mask and stuff.
Yeah, no, we're in rural America, and attitudes are different about it out here.
Yeah.
Now, not everyone are just outright COVID deniers, right? A lot of them just have a different attitude about it. Like, and here's the thing, okay? We've lived out here long enough that I've had a chance to, I think, to understand the local population. And I get where they're coming from. These are people that back when I was a city dweller, I might have seen in a cartoon character kind of light and, political cartoon of a person. And although I might disagree with some of their outlook on life, I understand where it comes from, right? So, for example, we went to the 4th of July fireworks that we go to every year, figuring, it's a small town. There's plenty of space. We'll be able to park our chairs somewhere that's not too close to anyone. And that was the case, right? We found a great spot. And all around us are these big family groups. And, picture like a pavilion in a park with 30 people in it. And they're all sharing food. And you've got 4 generations, and you've got the great grandparents and the grandparents, and they've got the young kids bouncing in their laps. So, and these young kids, they're playing with the other kids on the cul-de-sac, and those kids' parents are mixing out in the world and not taking precautions. So let's just say you were to ask one of these family elders, so hey, you're taking risks right now, and they'll say, yeah, I get that. And you tell them, well, the CDC recommends that you go do what Guy Aitchison's parents are doing and completely isolate yourself, from your family members until this thing is over with. And you'll be safer that way. And they'd say, I would rather die.
Wow.
I want my grandkids in my lap. I want them to remember me, and not with some mask on my face either.
Okay.
And they understand that there's a risk. So is it my place to tell them that they're wrong to feel that way?
No, they can do.
Nor is it my place to tell my parents that they're wrong for wanting to protect themselves. I mean, they're in their 80s, and and I'm glad they're protecting themselves. And Michelle's mom, a lifelong smoker with COPD, she doesn't need to experiment with COVID. So we may never see her in person again, right? But we would insist on that. If she wanted us to come visit and we thought there was any risk, we wouldn't do it, right?
Yeah.
So everyone has different feelings about that, and you can't say that someone's wrong as long as they're making that decision from an informed place, right?
Right.
Now, are they then wrong to go back to their nursing home and spread it? Well, I mean, yeah, obviously it's complex, but they want to be with their families, and I get that. Funny, when you get to this scale of detail on a project, a canvas this size is actually pretty big,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
What
big
size
one.
is it? How big is that, guy?
It's a weird size. I think it's like 19 by 22.
Ah, okay.
Because why not, right?
It's cool.
Sometimes you just got to look at what stretcher bars you have in your closet and say, yeah, okay, let's try this.
You guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I'm not doing biomech. I'm working on yesterday's seminar stuff, but I figured I would join you.
Right on. Thanks for joining us. We're not seeing you, though.
Let me see.
Your camera might need to be turned on. Just click on the screen. There might be a red line through it. Yep, there we go. All right. Yeah, I haven't seen many of those posted yet because I just don't think people are finished with them. It's a pretty involved project.
That's for sure. I went bigger, much bigger than usual this time because I wanted to get kind of a story in there.
Yeah, and you've committed yourself to probably 40 to 60 hours work in the process.
Somewhere in there.
Why not, right?
So I have a question for you, Guy, in regards to like when you're doing a clear glaze, how are you doing that with the oil still wet? Or are you?
I'm not. I'm using liquid, that's also the medium that Rain recommended last night. It's an alkyd medium. Galkyd is another brand that you can use, and it is very fast drying for oil paint. When I say very fast drying, the next day, 24 hours later, in most cases, it'll have a hard enough finish that you can glaze over it again. So like the piece that I started last night, the piece I started last night with Rain, if I decided to glaze on that tonight, it would be ready. Other oil painting mediums, like linseed oil, it could be a month.
I see. I've been using between linseed oil and Gamsol's odorless mineral spirits.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's definitely going to take longer to dry. One thing about using linseed is that's actually what the oil paints are already in the tube. It's powdered pigment and linseed oil in the tube. But at that point, the drying time is really going to be dependent on the chemical substance of the paint itself, right? So for instance, cobalt blue. Cobalt is actually used as a drying agent because it dries so fast. So cobalt blue is going to dry really fast, even though it's in the same linseed oil that other paints that might have a much slower natural drying time are going to have. And so there's not a lot of consistency there. Where when you mix it with an alkyd medium, it all dries pretty much at the same rate, which is, I think, really an improvement. I've also had some disappointments with linseed oil where
especially when working over light blues. I don't know why. Dried layers of paint with light blue in them, that glazes I did with linseed would then not really adhere very well, and they would sort of gather together into little brown beads on the surface. Very disappointing when you put a lot of time into painting and it looked great. It's like having a tattoo that looked great healed, but you see it a year later and it's like, what the fuck happened?
Right.
So I gave up on linseed oil because of that. It ruined a couple of my paintings.
Been mostly using the mineral spirits on this one. I've been trying to get thinner with my layers.
Right.
But this is only my 5th oil painting, so I really don't know much about the medium.
Well, not to get too fancy with the medium aspect of it, but there's this whole art school notion of fat over lean, which is basically as you layer the paint, in order to avoid future problems with cracking, etc. With each glaze that you put over it, you want to have less thinner in it and more pure medium, basically. So starting out, your first layer would maybe be all just thinner, terpenoid, and your second layer might be half and half, thinner and medium, in this case liquid, and then your final couple layers might just be all liquid. That's supposed to be the quote unquote right way to do it. That doesn't necessarily mean that's the way I'm doing it.
Right.
I have actually stopped using solvents of any kind, and I just use liquid and I wash up with soap and water.
Huh. I'll have to try it. I like the blendability of oils, but again, I'm just starting out with them, so I'm kind of seeing where it goes.
Yeah, you know what? If you give them enough of a chance, you may never go back to acrylic, and I wouldn't blame you. So what I use acrylic for more than anything now is underpainting for oils.
Okay.
If, for example, it's something that has, let's say, a geometric crystal in it, or a Buddha that I want to get the face just so, or I want to be able to lean my hand on the thing, right? Which you can't do with an oil painting so much. You can't be as intimate with it. Then in those cases, I might start with a fairly detailed, more or less monochrome underpainting in acrylic. Yeah, one time I was working on a painting. I was working on a piece. It was, one of my typical mind tree kind of things, and I was just doing the whole thing in acrylic, and I was kind of, sort of limited with the palette. I was keeping it fairly muted. I was intending to build it up, and Michelle just kept saying to me, "I just don't understand why you're not doing that one in oils. That particular one, it just seems like it would call for it." And finally, I just kind of caved in and did the final pass in oils. And fortunately, I hadn't been using acrylic gloss medium yet, because I don't think I would risk oils over that. But yeah, it was just like a game changer. And I think that was also the moment when I realized that, certain sort of rich vibrance that I really value is so much easier to achieve with oils than acrylics. And kind of never turned back. I don't really do straight up pure acrylic paintings very often at all anymore.
I like them for landscape. Not so much this. Really didn't do a lot of painting prior to all this closure. Like I've had this stuff for a while and I dabbled here and there, but nothing major.
I think that happens to tattooers. Like the idea that you should work with another medium, you want to. You got friends that do it. You could probably do something cool because you know how to make art, right? And yet either the time isn't there, or there's, maybe there's been a couple experiments that didn't go great, or maybe it just felt like, man, I really might need some more guidance here. It's easy to get intimidated away from it. I think we're also guilty of feeling like we're not allowed to do anything crappy. Right? And when you're trying something new, you're going to do some crappy stuff.
That's fair.
I think another thing that might kind of push people away from painting, especially in oils, is as tattooers, we really value having a sense of control over what we're doing. You really want to feel like you're in control of that needle, and that you can, get a predictable result when you're running your machine a certain way, and you move your hand a certain way, and you shade in an area, and you wipe. You expect to see a certain result, and so you just start painting, and all that is out the window, right? Especially when you're working wet on wet, and the brush isn't behaving the way that you've seen videos of people painting, and it just seems like, oh, that would be fun. That looks like it shouldn't be too hard. And then you try it, and your brush just isn't delivering the goods the way that it was in that video. And, yeah.
I think that turned me off from painting from the get when I was a couple of years ago.
And the funny thing is a lot of that, sometimes it's not like, oh man, I'm years away from being able to do that. That isn't necessarily the case. But definitely you need to try a bunch of different brushes, right? It could be as simple as that. You find the right brush for what you're doing, and it's going to make all the difference. Just like, what if you were trying to do lettering with a Magnum, and you're like, man, how do people even fucking do lettering? But, and meanwhile, the Magnum, you're using it because you use it for other things, and it works really well for those, right? And like, but this is a great brush. Why can't I, So no matter how much you like a particular brush, doesn't mean it's the right brush for every part of every job. And, that seems obvious when it's spoken out loud, but we get caught in these traps as painters, we're just like, okay, I've got brushes, I got paint, why is it not delivering the goods?
It is discouraging when you try some different medium and you're used to being, competent at drawing or competent at a tattoo or whatever, and you try something else and it's deflating, that you feel rejected. by art.
Yeah. What did I do to deserve this?
Yeah, I thought I was good. Am I living a lie? Like,
It definitely makes you question.
yeah.
Well, and we don't always have the energy to say, okay, well, clearly this is a place where I need to push harder. Sometimes it's easier to just say, oh, it's pushing back. I don't want it. But sometimes, it takes surprisingly little to get past those initial, bits of resistance. I mean, you're always going to find resistance. I mean, if you're not finding resistance, you're not pushing. But it becomes less and less of an issue once you realize that all these things are surmountable as long as you're willing to do the work.
Yeah, there's always a hump to get over, and once you're through it, it feels great. But at the time, that hump sucks, You just have to push through it, I guess, with the new thing.
Well, and that hump. Okay, so there's a hump in every project.
Yeah.
Even when it's something familiar, right?
Okay.
You've done every time, and you'll notice it, right? And if it's something that it's a familiar thing, it might not be much of a hump. It might just feel like a low point in the project, right? Where if it's something that's not so familiar for you, it might really feel like, oh man, I fucked this thing up. There's no way I can recover, right? But you don't want to give up, and you keep going, and eventually you do recover. So, but either way, whether it's a little hump or a big hump, the thing to do is to just remember that that's a normal part of it. So instead of being like, oh man, why am I slowing down? You're like, this is that hump.
Yeah. Okay.
And remember,
That's a
you're
good
always
one.
going to encounter it. It's there. It's part of the landscape. And so when you notice it, just say, okay, it's the hump. I'll just push a little harder here because I know I'll get past it, because every project has got one of these.
That's a cool thing to remember. That's cool.
Yeah.
Man.
That's a good one.
It's important to know our own weak points, and almost impossible too at the same time. That's why it's good to be married, because they'll tell you all about it. But I mean, even little things like if I'm going to pick up my phone to check the weather, I'll have to tell myself ahead of time, because I know myself, right? You're checking the weather. Do not pass, do not collect $200. Just check the fucking weather and then put the thing back down. Because the next thing you know, I haven't even checked the weather. I'm like, scrolling along, because the thing is designed to be as addictive as possible, right?
Yeah.
And so you have to understand, okay, I am picking up the thing that is like the most sophisticated mental trap ever invented. And I just want to know the weather.
Yeah.
Important to know where our weak points are. Not that it helps every time.
Happens to me all the time.
So yeah, like this, back to the brush thing, this brush I'm using right now, it's sort of like a little round pointed brush. It's not super small. It's maybe 3 millimeter diameter, and it tapers to a point. But at that size, if I tried to do this whole painting with this brush, it would be the most noodly, like ridiculously over detailed, like year-long project ever, right? So I have to restrict my use of this brush to certain things, either details or trying to refine edges. And then I've got a couple of bigger ones And I try to do a respectable amount of the painting with this guy, you know. It's about a 3/4 inch sort of scruffy flat brush. And then I've got a couple of medium rounds that are same diameter, but one is new and one is beat down. And so they both serve different purposes. One's got a little bit more of a point, and the other is a good blender. But I have to notice when I'm using this little brush too much, right? Because it just happens to be the one in my hand, you know, and say, oh, okay, time to switch. Just like, you know, if you're driving on the highway and your motor's going, and you're like, oh, maybe I should shift gears.
Yep.
That second gear works great. You can really tell how much you spent on a tube of paint while you're working with it. It's amazing how that is. Doesn't take very much paint at all from these old Holland colors. It goes a long way. You get a tube of paint that you spent 1/3 as much on, and you have to use 3 times as much of it.
Everybody's paintings are looking really, really great. Chris, your painting, the evolution of your piece has been really cool to witness. I really like where it's at.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, can we see some of these up close? Let's take a look. Chris, if you don't mind, let's start with yours. Yeah, nice.
Looks awesome.
Yeah, it looks like Rod's got his at least as far as his Procreate reference.
Yeah, yeah, I got a little more than that, I think. I'm at that point, yes.
Oh,
That's
Very
badass.
cool.
Badass.
Thanks, man.
yeah,
Thanks,
great.
guys.
Love the movement. It's nice that the movement is that simple, because then, you know, all those like little repetitions and sub geometries really come out.
Yeah, I'm having fun with this one.
There we go. And then Bruno, let's see yours up close.
I didn't have anything planned for today. I just kind of like let it flow, and used some like random tones of color, just kind of playing with values, and this is where it led.
Yeah.
Looks cool, man.
Thank you.
Can't go wrong with a spiral.
Yeah,
For
I
real.
dig that.
Never.
That's awesome, man.
Thank you
Mhm.
guys.
Yeah, man.
It's been great painting with you guys. I'm actually gonna call it a night, and
Yeah.
I'll have you guys in the background while I wrap things up over here.
Yeah. I'm probably
All
gonna have
right.
to call.
Have a
I
good
think I have
night,
to call
man.
it soon too. Yeah. Yeah. Great
Yeah.
to be able to hang out with you, Bruno.
Same here, Guy. Thank you,
Nice
guys.
talking to you, Bruno. Have a good
Yes.
night.
Take care,
Same
man.
here. Great
Alrighty.
painting with all you guys. Have a
Yeah,
good
you
night.
too,
too.
man.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I'm probably in my final 15 minutes here, just because, you know, I mean, 2 nights ago I was puking my guts out. I should be in bed right now.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, man.
That's rough, guy.
Yeah, it's life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been at it for a while.
Yeah, we have. It's been a good paint jam.
Yeah.
And we don't have to finish what we're doing, you know. I mean, I'm certainly not going to. I thought it was cool that Ty was able to beam in from his campsite. That was fun.
That's cool, man. That's awesome.
So the prints, I know there's a few locals that ordered prints. So do you want me to give those people the prints, or do you want me to send them back to you so you can send them out?
You know, that if you actually want to deliver them to the locals, they'll definitely get them faster that way, and it's already been long enough. So yeah, I'd be down with that. Just make sure you give me a list of the ones that are delivered.
Yeah. I know, like Andy, I'm pretty sure he got one.
Yeah.
Guys like him. But yeah, he just had another kid.
Yeah, I heard. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That way they're close in age.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to keep pointing out to Kaya that, because she still pesters us about that. Like, why can't I have a little sister? I'm like, I guarantee you it would be a brother, and it would be like Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes, right? And you'd just be screwed. But it ain't happening, you know. We're old, you know. So
Yeah, man. No way. I'm done. What about you, Rod?
My girl doesn't want any, so I'm probably gonna get snipped and
Yeah.
call it a day. You know, we got these 2 pigs. They keep me busy enough. I'm cool. I really when I was younger, I had like the urge to have a kid. It was crazy when I was like probably 19, 20, 21. I really had like a I don't know, like a primal feeling. I wanted to like have a kid, and I haven't had that since then. You know, so I'm cool. I'm cool with it. But yeah, Natalie doesn't want any, so we're not gonna have any.
Yeah.
That was our plan, but then we got into our 40s and we kind of looked at the plan again, and we're kind of like, yeah. I mean, really what it came down to was, should I get snipped, right? And it just didn't feel like it was time for that yet. And then the next thing we knew, we had a kid.
Yeah.
After being masters of prevention for like 20 years, you know.
Yeah, if she changes her mind, you know, she's 33, so if she does change her mind, I would have a kid, sure. But it doesn't look like it for now.
Yeah.
She's never wanted one, and she's never even, I don't know, never questioned it at all. So
yeah, I mean, it's hard right now. I mean, like the things that gave me pause are all the normal things, like look at the state of the world, you know, and everything else.
Yeah.
Right. But I don't know. Somebody sane has to exist in the future.
Yeah. Yep.
So that they can take care of my daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is she 9 now? 10?
She's 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're trying to just enjoy the single digits for everything they're worth, you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I know that Adrian and his wife were planning on getting started with a family pretty soon. I'm wondering if maybe all this world craziness is slowing down those plans, or you know, I don't know how I'd feel about it right now, honestly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it.
Well, they can't work right now, and they just extended that another year. And I think they're having a rough
Another
time.
year?
Another year. They did. They have it really bad. They can't. They're not allowed to. No protesting there. Freedom of speech isn't the same as it is here. He did like an Instagram video, a couple of them. He talks for like a half hour about everything that's going on, and it's strict, man, out there, really strict. So yeah, it's a rough one out there for them.
My funny old man on there. I can hear you now.
They can hear me now? Oh, great. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, the other day we had that great like mystery heavy breather. Remember that one?
Yeah. I remember that.
That was probably me. Yeah, I was wearing headphones and mics right there. I bet it was.
I kept checking where my speaker was on my iPad, and I just was, I was paranoid it was me.
That was funny.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I've done a few live Instagram things where I definitely, like, just the way I was sitting, the phone was clamped to my work light or whatever, and it was just right there. And of course, it helps them being able to hear everything that you're saying, but they can also hear everything that you're breathing and every little hack and it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, another year. That's so crazy. So during that time, I guess there's government benefits to keep people from starving to death, or
I don't
I guess they
know.
got.
Yeah, they must be getting paid. Yeah, they must be getting paid something. I don't know. I'll have to look it up. I'll have to see what is up with that. But yeah, they have a rough curfew. You're allowed to leave your house once a day, things like that. It's crazy, man.
Well, all I can say is artists and creative people have a special advantage at times like this, right? And we just have to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be so many businesses. I mean, if they're shutting everything down for a year, I mean, think of the restaurants, tattoo studios, places that simply won't have any basis for reopening at all. I mean, the clientele is gone, momentum is gone.
Money's gone.
The people that work there have moved on. Just
wow. Yeah.
I mean, life is a continuum, and this is just such a big interruption in that.
No.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if everybody's habits of saving are going to change, after this. I mean, I will.
Oh yeah, we definitely
I
spend
hope.
way less money on silly stuff now. It's just like
Mm-hmm.
justifiable.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, we fought tooth and nail through this whole thing, used every measure we possibly could to not go into our savings, and we actually managed to. We did not touch it, but on the other hand, we had to lay off our employee of 13 years, which that was probably the biggest negative of the whole thing. And I just don't think our business is ever going to be the same as it was before. I mean, it's just going to be a completely different everything. So, and I think that's the case for a lot of people.
Yeah.
It was really tough for me to reopen.
And imagine reopening after being closed for a year.
Like after 3 months, I had to remember how to use my stencil machine. I've used it millions of times.
Yeah.
I tried to make one yesterday. I did it wrong. Yeah. I did mine backwards and it didn't work.
My brain just decided it wasn't going to compute for that portion of it, and then it was fine.
I know a lot of shops have lost people too during this. People who just had to move on or whatever.
Relocate and stuff.
Yeah, I lost 2.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I'm starting to make a couple of moves here that aren't very calculated, like with my paintbrush. I don't know. My brain is getting mushy. Maybe I need a break for like 5 minutes or something. I don't know. I can't tell if they're good moves or not, so they probably might not be. Ooh.
Yeah, if you get to that point, then maybe it's break time. It is looking cool though.
Thank you. Yeah, everybody's looked nice. Yeah, it's awesome, man. I do need a bathroom break, so I will be right back.
Yeah, I think I said I was in my final 15 minutes about 20 minutes ago. But yeah, I'm just trying to be responsible.
Oh, totally.
It's funny because when I'm painting, by myself, which is often late night, I will get to that point where I'm like, all right, you should at least get up and get a drink of water. And your stomach is growling something fierce. You've been talking to yourself about that bowl of cereal for about 2 hours now.
Yep.
And, I'll mean to get right up. But, okay, well, first finish this little thing you're doing right now. And then another half hour passes. And before you know it, the night's over. I never got around to, getting that bowl of cereal.
Yeah. That happened last night, but I did get the cereal eventually.
Good. Yeah, this thing might be pretty close to being ready to send back to Ty, actually. Kind of hit everything, almost. Yeah, probably another 2-3 hours on it tomorrow, and we've actually already got a frame for this one.
Try a little bit more.
Yeah, folks, I think I'm in a good place now, and I'm going to do the responsible thing. I'm going to call it a night.
All righty, man.
I enjoyed this session. I really enjoyed hanging out with you good folks. Feel free to stay up as late as you want. I'm going to call it. And
okay.
I will see you all on next Monday night. I don't know what we're doing yet, but it'll be something cool. So
Awesome, man. Thank you,
then,
Guy.
Hey, thank you. And
Thank you.
see you.
Have a good night.
Appreciate it, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, I think I'm gonna check out here myself.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I had fun. It's good chilling with you guys.
Okay, we'll probably see you Monday then.
Yeah, I'll be around for that. Unless I go to that on my trip then, but no, I'm going like next Friday or something. All right, cool. I'll see you on Monday,
you guys
man.
have a good night.
You too.
Night.
See you guys.
All right. Bye, guys. Thanks.
Later, Rod.
Later, Chris.